Galw'r aelodau I drefn. Members will be aware that a point of order was raised yesterday regarding the use of language in the chamber. This has prompted me to reflect more generally on a recent tendency among members to sail close to the wind in relation to the words they choose to use. I'm satisfied that my response to date has been correct and in accordance with our standing orders. However, judgments of this kind are finely balanced and can depend much on the context in each case. This is why no member should interpret a ruling as having established some hard and fast line of what constitutes acceptable behaviour. Whilst I have made clear from the start that I want to ensure robust scrutiny and lively debate, the people of Wales would not expect this chamber to become a place where accusations about the personal integrity of members are thrown around lightly or frequently. All members must think carefully about the words they use. I will not allow a pattern of behaviour to develop which deliberately tests our boundaries. Felly, ni'n symud ymlaen i'r eitem gyntaf ar yr agenda, y cwestiynau I ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi a'r seilwaith. A cwestiwn cyntaf, Rhiannon Pasmo.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary outline what actions the Welsh Government is taking to develop tourism in Islwyn to aid economic regeneration?
Yes, our tourism strategy sets out our principles and priorities to support the industry across Wales. This includes marketing campaigns in the UK and overseas. It includes capital development funding for new and existing tourism businesses, and it also includes revenue funding for regional projects.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Valleys Task Force has expressed its desire to use the wonderful natural landscape of Wales to promote our economy. In Islwyn, we have the wondrous Cwmcarn Forest Scenic Drive that we need reopened. We have the historic Grade 2 Navigation Colliery with its Grade 2 listed buildings. Cabinet Secretary, what can the Welsh Government do to showcase the Gwent Valleys to the world and, as a consequence, revitalise our economy?
Well, can I thank the member for her further question and also thank her for the keen interest she's shown in the visitor economy. And the valleys could benefit considerably from the growth in tourists to Wales in recent years. The thematic years, I think, have been particularly beneficial, being focused on the great outdoors, building on the primary purpose that people come to Wales for holidays for, which is to experience adventure, the great outdoors, outdoor discoveries. And I'm hoping that in the years to come, communities in my colleague's constituency will benefit further from our initiatives. In terms of the specific projects that the member highlights, I do believe that the Crumlin Navigation Colliery is probably the finest surviving group of former colliery buildings in Wales, and it's been supported with financial resource from the Welsh Government to undertake reclamation works. It's my hope that we will see further improvements there in the years to come. In terms of the Cwmcarn Forest Drive, this is something that I know was incredibly popular when it was in operation. Perhaps we could look to the year of discovery in 2019 as a way and as an opportunity to reopen that drive. I think it would be fantastic to see it reopen. I do recognise the challenges, financial challenges facing natural resources Wales, but we are looking for major events, new and innovative activities that can be launched in 2019, and perhaps I could meet with a member to run through the opportunities for that particular project and more widely in her constituency.
Mohammed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, earlier this month, the Director of Welsh Centre of Tourism Research at Cardiff Metropolitan University said that Wales is not reaching its full potential in attracting high-spending international tourists. She pointed out that Wales was not doing as well internationally as our competitors, getting about 3% of visitors and 2% of spend. Given the importance of tourism to Welsh economy, what action does the Cabinet Secretary intend to take to increase the number of international tourists coming to Islwyn and Wales altogether? Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate the points made by the member. The challenge of getting international visitors out of London is one that faces all regions outside of London. Wales is not unique in that regard, but we have redoubled our efforts to attract visitors to Wales, and the results, I think, are quite impressive in terms of all types of visits. We saw an increase of 15% last year on the previous year. In terms of day visits, we've seen numbers increase to above 103 million last year. And in terms of international visitors, trips were up last year by 10.8% compared on the year before. In terms of spend, which is really what matters to businesses in the visitor economy, the sums that were spent increased by more than 8%. It's now a fact that when visitors come to Wales on day trips, they now spend more per head than is the UK average. But we don't want to rest there. We want to continue to attract more international visitors to Wales, and that's why we're increasing our marketing activities, making sure that we attend more travel expos abroad, bring in more tourism experts and travel writers on familiarity trips to get more people interested in the incredible offer that we have in our country.
Question 2, Angela Burns.
Good afternoon, Cabinet Secretary. Will you outline the Welsh Government's plans to promote economic development in West Wales during the 5th Assembly?
Thank you. Yes, we are developing a strategic approach to economic development based on prosperity for all, enabling all parts of Wales to benefit from economic growth and the opportunity to secure greater degrees of job creation.
Thank you for that, Cabinet Secretary. As you all know, the Pembrokeshire Coast National Park covers vast swathes of my constituency, and the decisions taken by them can have major impacts on businesses operating either wholly within the park or partly the rest of Pembrokeshire. Whilst I understand the need for consideration to be offered to the park's overriding principles, it is vital for economic development in West Wales that businesses can grow and mature. Can you outline what support your department, along with the Department of the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, can offer to businesses to ensure that decisions taken by the national parks are taken in the timeliest manner so as to minimise the economic impact on businesses operating in the area? Otherwise, I fear that a number of businesses will be driven from West Wales.
I'd agree with the member that our national parks do need to work in partnership with the businesses that are located within them. We do see in many parts of Wales very proactive national parks working effectively and very efficiently with businesses in the spirit of partnership. And with regard to the National Park in Pembrokeshire, I think there has been a concerted effort by the park to take advantage of the Year of Legends and the forthcoming Year of the Sea, working in partnership with the local authority and crucially with businesses. But the member is absolutely right that the park must be proactive in reaching out to businesses and in assisting businesses to, I was going to say, exploit, take advantage and work with the park to draw more visitors in and to make sure that visitors stay for longer. There are some phenomenal attractions on the Pembrokeshire coast. It's why I go there every summer for my personal and private holiday with my family. It's an amazing place, but we'd like to translate more day visits and weekend visits into week-long visits. You can only do that by having a partnership approach that brings together all businesses and brings together those providers of attractions and events.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd, ac byddai'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn ymwybodol bod maes cyhoeddi a llyfrau yn bwysig iawn yn gorllewin Cymru yn ogystal ac wy'n datgan bydd fel sydd yn y gofrestr gan fod yn Ngwraig a Nith yn gweithio yn y maes yma. Hoffwn i ofyn iddo fe am y maes cyhoeddi, ond gan ddechrau drwy talu taenged os gai ei Tony Bianchi, gŵr a fi fawr tua 3 wythnos yn ôl, gŵr y Newcastle a ddysgodd Gymraeg a drodd yn llenor o fri yn yr iaith Gymraeg ac hwydwyddodd llenyddiaeth a cyhoeddi yng Nghymru a'i proffesiynaleiddio y grefft hefyd. Ac yn y cyd-destun hwnna, mae gyda fe wrth gwrs adroddiad gan yr athro Edwin Hughes sydd wedi creu tipyn bach o gur ben iddo fe o byd i gilydd yn ystod y wythnosau diwetha. Ond hoffwn i diolch iddo fe am y ffordd mae wedi ymateb i'r adroddiad a'r ffordd mae wedi dod â pawb at ei gilydd i gytuno ffordd ymlaen. Ac ai ofyn iddo fe yn benodol a wnaeth fe wneud yn siŵr gan bod ni mewn sefyllfa lle mae pobl sy'n cael ei effeithio yn cael ei gweld yn cael ei effeithio'n ddrwg gan yr adroddiad y hyn y byd yn codi lleisiau, byddai hefyd yn gwrando ar y bobl hynny sydd falle yn fwy tawel y hyn o byd, ond sydd eisiau gweithio gyda fe a pawb yn y maes i sicrhau dyfodol ffyniannus i gyhoeddi yng Nghymru.
Can I thank Simon Thomas for his question? And Simon makes an important point that we should all behave responsibly and fairly when we respond to a report of this nature. But can I also pay tribute to Tony Bianchi and the incredible work that he produced and also his commitment to Welsh literature. His passing is very much missed, I'm sure not just in my colleague's constituency and region, but right across the country and beyond, given the reach that his work had. I think in terms of publishing, the report was designed and is designed to strengthen literature and publishing in Wales. And now that it has been produced, I think it's important that all interested bodies work together to ensure that all interested bodies become strengthened in their respective areas and deliver better what they have been delivering well to date. The Arts Council, the Welsh Books Council, Literature Wales, they all have delivered magnificent events, services and activities and do an incredible amount to promote publishing. I want to make sure that these bodies go on strengthening and flourishing in the future.
Galwaf nawr ar y lefarwyr y pleidiau ofyn I cwestiynau'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Adam Price.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, in November last year, you told the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee that the First Minister has said he expects the economic strategy to be with him by the spring of 2017. Earlier this year, you said in plenary that you had to wait until the UK's industrial strategy had been published in January. On February the 8th, a government amendment to debate on the economy noted the Welsh Government's plan to publish a cross-cutting strategy to support economic growth later in the spring. The First Minister on May the 16th, in response to a question by David Rees, said, "We intend to publish our strategic approach to building prosperity for all before the summer recess." And finally, just a couple of weeks ago, Cabinet Secretary, on July the 3rd, at the External Affairs Committee, you said you would publish this strategy in this term. Cabinet Secretary, this is the last day of term. Where's the strategy?
I'm pleased to be able to inform the member that the cross-cutting strategy, Prosperity for All, was approved by Cabinet this week. It has been completed. It will be published early in the autumn upon return of this Assembly. And over the summer, we will be engaging in extensive stakeholder engagement programme to further refine the work that may stem in action after the strategy has been published.
Yes, for the record, members are asking which autumn, which year we're talking about, so maybe the Cabinet Secretary might want to put that on the record. Now, maybe one of the reasons for it being delayed was because you had to rewrite it following the fallout of your decision of the Circuit of Wales. Now, on the 27th of June, Cabinet Secretary, you told the Assembly that you could not have a definitive answer from ONS on the balance sheet issue until after contracts were signed. There was a risk that many months down the line you could find yourself with a project on the balance sheet with all the implications that would have. Now, you've now admitted to me in a written answer that there was an alternative. You could have asked for a provisional ruling from ONS. Why didn't you?
Can I first of all thank the member for his good humour, this being the last opportunity that he will have in this current term to question me. Can I also thank him for the 12 months that we've had of grilling and probing and having me on the rack, during which time we have disagreed on a number of occasions, but I hope we have been able to agree on a number of subjects as well. I recognise the member's deep belief in the Circuit of Wales project, and I also recognise his disappointment that we were unable to support it. It would have been wholly irresponsible to have taken it forward on the basis of the risk that was presented. Provisional, and in terms of the point that the member makes, provisional advice on potential developments can be sought from the ONS, but that should only be when contractual documentation is in a near final form and following a decision in principle to offer government support.
Well, Cabinet Secretary, your government did ask for a provisional ruling from ONS when you made a decision in principle on your own government's mutual investment model in October 2016. And furthermore, isn't it true, Cabinet Secretary, that ONS has also got provision for policy proposals which are not at a near final stage? Their classification guidelines which you yourself referenced in your answer to me, say this: government departments might seek a view on a proposal at an early stage of development. In such cases, ONS will provide provisional advice on the expected classification of the proposal based on information available at the time. So my question to you is this: did you seek and were you given provisional advice on the expected classification of the Circuit of Wales proposal from ONS? And let's be clear, what I'm asking you is not whether you spoke to them and then formed your own view based on what they said, but did you ask them for their provisional advice in the terms set out in their guidelines? And as the Cabinet Secretary invites me to end the scrutiny on a more positive note, can I ask him this one last thing? If out of the rubble, the Circuit of Wales project was rescued by the local authorities in the city region, with the prospect now, of course, of Formula One being a possibility as well, and the Welsh Government were asked not for their money, but for their blessing, would you welcome the project being salvaged in this way?
Can I thank the member for his further questions? Of course, the one big question that we're still awaiting an answer for is whether he agrees with our decision that was taken last month. And unfortunately, there is no agreement, which I'm sure indicates that the member would have been content to have signed off the project, only to return here in all likelihood in 6 months' time to tell the Chamber that he was having to put on ice more than £300 million of capital programmes, which, as I've said in this chamber before, would amount to 5,000 affordable homes or 10 schools or 1 super hospital. I don't just call that irresponsible. I call that reckless in the extreme. I hear the leader of UKIP, we're entering the pantomime audition season, he's entering the fray from the side. But the point is, he too would have signed off this project in a demonstration of huge irresponsibility. The fact is, we took responsible action on what was a controversial subject which did fire up passions and beliefs in the valleys, but we are now moving on with a clear vision for the heads of the valleys, and we will deliver. The people of Ebwy Vale, of Blaenau Gwent and the heads of the valleys have waited long enough. We are here to deliver, and we will do just that.
You didn't answer the question.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr, Russell George.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, infrastructure projects have too often been delayed by short-term political considerations, and this has often led to spiralling costs and the cancellation of projects altogether. In addition, when high levels of uncertainty hang above infrastructure schemes, potentially private sector investors are often deterred from providing financial backing for these kinds of projects. When infrastructure is planned and delivered within the context of a secure, credible and long-term view, these projects often secure a greater level of private sector interest and investment. So can I ask you, perhaps in the light of recent events as well, to reconsider putting the National Infrastructure Commission on a statutory footing, and also suggest that it will be a missed opportunity for you not to do that. I think what the government needs to do is to demonstrate a genuine commitment to creating a stable and long-term approach to infrastructure development in Wales.
Can I thank the member for his question and also for the work that he led in assessing the establishment of the National Infrastructure Commission of Wales? Of course, we already utilise innovative forms of funding. We are doing that with the dualling of the A465, and we will continue to do so. The work that's taking place on the Infrastructure Commission is taking place at speed. We are now looking at the appointments of the chair and the members of that commission in the early autumn, and as I've said on previous occasions, we will review the operations of the Commission before the end of this Assembly term. I've given my undertaking to do that. As of yet, we have received no compelling evidence for putting it on a statutory footing. However, we will be reviewing the effectiveness and the delivery of the Commission by the end of this Assembly.
Well, I would put it to you, Cabinet Secretary, that we do need a more long-term and stable approach in Wales more than ever before. Over the last number of years, the Welsh Government has proceeded over a number of significant major project failures, I'm afraid to say. that has created confusion and uncertainty for potential private sector investors. And the failure and the process in regards to Circuit of Wales, as Adam Price has mentioned earlier, is one example where we see potentially a reduced confidence amongst investors that Wales is indeed open for business. Do your Cabinet Secretary acknowledge that the creation of the Infrastructure Commission should be followed up by the introduction of legislation to equip the Commission with the extra weight and clout it needs to do its work?
As I've said, we will be assessing the effectiveness of the Commission by the end of this Assembly term. We will be establishing it by the end of this year, but I must disagree with the assertion made by the member that Wales may appear not to be open for business, given the latest results for inward investment, which shows, I believe, that it was the third most successful year. Indeed, investment from within the UK into Wales reached a record high. We are continuing with our efforts to bring in major projects, and just last week we were able to announce the investment by CAF, a huge investment that will bring monumental change to Newport and the economy of South East Wales, creating 300 jobs, but also, crucially, offering enormous potential for expansion. That's something we will build upon. Since May of this year, we have announced, through our support, the creation of more than 500 jobs in this current year, and we are also working to establish many more jobs across, and that's just in Wales in this past 8 weeks, but we are also working with a pipeline of interests at the moment to create further employment opportunities in the months to come.
And finally, Cabinet Secretary, if I could perhaps pursue an issue that Adam Price raised in his first question. There's still some confusion to me in this regard, certainly when it comes to your publishing of Prosperous and Secure and your economic strategy. I'm aware that you did tell the External Affairs Committee that you had published this term. I'm aware that last week in the Economy Committee you said it would be the autumn. However, in scrutiny of the First Minister on Friday of this week, I asked the First Minister, put it to him, and he said that Prosperous and Secure would be published this term. So I have to say I am a little bit confused. So reflecting on what the presiding officer said at the beginning of proceedings today, who is right? Is it yourself or the First Minister?
I can assure the member, because we were all there at Cabinet, that Prosperity for All was approved, was signed off by all members of the Cabinet on Tuesday and will be published as soon as we return.
Llywydd UKIP, David Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm not sure whether the Cabinet Secretary recalls it, but as long ago as yesterday, I questioned you on the availability of funding, particularly for small SMEs in the research and development sector. In evidence to the EIS Committee last week, you indicated that the Development Bank of Wales would be moving away from direct grants to repayable loans. Do you not think that this would present a particular obstacle to such companies, as these may not see the financial benefits of their research for many years?
Well, there is a need to balance direct support in the form of grants with repayable loans, because repayable loans offer an evergreen approach that can recycle investments into other businesses. But I do take the point that the member raises, which is that repayable loans is not the answer, not the best means of supporting all businesses, and for that reason we will maintain other forms of direct support, be it grants or indeed advice through Business Wales and the Development Bank itself.
Well, forgive me if I show some continuing frustration, Cabinet Minister, but my personal involvement with a constituent who is seeking funding for what seems to be a project which fits all the Welsh Government criteria, in that it involves cutting-edge nanotechnology, will have a hugely beneficial environmental impact and has massive growth potential, and yet, although some funding has been made available through his engagement with both Bangor and Swansea University, I have seen first-hand how difficult it is to access further funding to take this product to fruition. Surely, Cabinet Minister, if Wales is to succeed in its aspirations to become a world leader in this environmentally friendly technology, we have to have the funding processes which will allow this to happen.
We do indeed. Research funding is absolutely crucial, and that's why we've been very clear that any research funding that, that could potentially be lost when we exit the EU is made good by the UK government. In terms of the specific company that the member mentions, it's not clear whether they have an account manager within Business Wales to support them, but I would gladly make contact with the company if the member can provide details of it and ensure that Business Wales are there to give support and to signpost the company to the best method of financing their product so that it can reach market.
Thank you.
Question 3, Steffan Lewis.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on Welsh Government plans for economic development in the South Wales Valleys?
Yes, tomorrow we will publish Our Valleys, Our Future, a high-level plan for action building on the work of the Valleys Task Force. And in addition to this, we will continue to invest in infrastructure improvements, in skills and the general environment for business across the South Wales Valleys.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer, and I'm sure he'll agree with me that the industrial and manufacturing heritage of the valleys is not something that should be confined to its past, but should be central to its future as well. And we've got particular challenges facing us in terms of R&D and productivity. And I hope that he won't underestimate the potential for Welsh Government to make meaningful interventions that can transform the economic prospects of that region. Last month, the Scottish Government announced that it was going to create a national manufacturing institute in Scotland based on the very successful Advanced Manufacturing Centre in Sheffield. The one in Sheffield has 100 private partners plus, and it supports very high-skilled and high-paid jobs in that region. So now that he's got a little bit more time to tinker with his economic strategy over the summer, I wonder if he will look into the merits of creating a niche manufacturing institute, and of course that should be located in the South Wales Valleys.
Oh, I'm very pleased to say to the member that I've already done it. In fact, I announced last week that the Advanced Manufacturing Institute, based on the AMRC in Sheffield, which will be delivered with the University of Sheffield and universities in Wales, is being built. I approved the funding for the first phase of the institute just last week. It's also my vision that as part of the technology park that we'll be developing in Ebbw Vale, that we will see an advanced manufacturing centre of excellence configured there as well. The model of the AMRC is already proven. Institutions and businesses have access to £500 million worth of research equipment. That's why the model is so attractive. The AMRI in North Wales will build on that model, and I was also able to reveal that, according to the business case, the AMRI in North Wales will have an economic impact of up to £4 billion GVA in the next 20 years. I want to make sure that we replicate that sort of model of success in the South Wales Valleys.
David Melding.
Presiding Officer, I look forward to scrutinising in this chamber Our Valleys, Our Future, because we certainly need a transformative vision for the valleys. I'm not sure whether the Valleys Landscape Park would constitute a hub, but it would be a transformative vision, potentially. We've got to start to recognise the real potential of this, this resource. The valleys were once amongst Britain's most beautiful spots, so travellers from all over the UK would come, paint pictures, write poetry about this wonderful landscape, and they should come again, and more of them. And I commend the sort of vision that your colleague Hugh Davis has for a valleys forest, for instance. There is great potential there, and now we need to match it with vision.
Can I thank David Melding for his question, and also for once again in this chamber touching on the importance of well-being to the economy and the contribution that the natural landscape can make to our well-being. My colleague, the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning, will be making a statement in the chamber concerning the idea of a Valleys Park. I'm sure that it's an idea that you will very much welcome and will incorporate, I'm sure, good degree of forestry and outdoor health activities.
Dawn Bowden.
Cabinet Secretary, given the contribution that tourism is making to economic development across the country, I'm pleased to note the tremendous success that we've seen with the Tourist Investment Support Scheme across Wales. But I am concerned to note that of the 205 schemes which have received offers of grant support under TIS since April 2011, Only 4 of those were located in the South Wales Valleys region, and I'm very pleased to say that Rock UK in my constituency was one of them. Given the beautiful countryside that David Melding's just been talking about and the rich industrial and social heritage of the area, do you share my concern at this limited take-up in the valleys, even given that TIS is a funder of last resort? And could I ask you if you'd consider undertaking some research into why businesses in this area are reluctant to take advantage of this specific source of funding, and whether, in fact, there is scope for extending the scheme, or extending the scope of the scheme?
Can I thank Dawn Bowden for her interest again in the visitor economy? Dawn has recognised regularly in this chamber the value that tourism can make to communities in her constituency, and I do share her concerns about the number of projects funded through TIS that have actually been delivered in the communities that she's spoken about, and for that reason we've carried out a piece of work to understand why fewer businesses come forward in the valleys and in other areas of Wales. And as part of that work, we've also secured tourism funding from the Rural Development Programme, which will enable us to deliver a higher intervention rate to businesses, and my officials will be undertaking a scoping study and an engagement programme with a view of being able to develop more reputation-changing, interesting, innovative, creative tourism attractions in the valleys communities. I think the members already identified one particular attraction that has proven to be quite game-changing within a community. There are many others. There are, for example, activities based on biking and mountain biking, such as Bike Park Wales, that have proven enormously successful and have changed perceptions of the area.
Cwestiwn 4, Hannah Blythen.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on Welsh Government support for the hosting of major events in North Wales?
Yes, this year we are supporting a range of sporting and cultural events in North Wales, including Focus Wales, Hijinks Unity Festival, Rawfest, the Good Life Experience and Wales Rally GB. We wish to attract more major international events to Wales and are in ongoing discussions with partners in North Wales to identify new opportunities.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'm pleased to hear of the ongoing discussions to identify opportunities. You'll be aware in the past few months alone, North Wales has successfully hosted a number of high-profile stadium concerts, from Ollie Murs at the racecourse to the now annual epic Access All Areas Park and Llanfest in your own constituency, which had the Manic Street Preachers there this year. Flintshire is also home to the National Wales Rugby League team, the only national team to actually be based in North Wales, and who later this year will compete in the Rugby League World Cup in Australia, New Zealand and Papua New Guinea, supported by a lot of local organisations of business in my constituency, including being suited and booted by Vaughan Davies of Mould. I'm sure Cabinet Secretary and other colleagues will join me in wishing the Wales Rugby League team every success in the Rugby League World Cup. But I'm also aware from constituents and others that there's a growing public support for us to be able to host major events and teams in North Wales, along with the investment in infrastructure that is needed to expand our offer. So can I urge a further commitment from the Welsh Government to further invest in our area to ensure we have the greater capacity to host events, whether that be in iconic and historic locations like Flint Castle, existing stadiums, or perhaps one day looking at a future stadium or a location in the Flintshire area of North East Wales?
Yes, very much so. I'm looking forward to being at Flint Castle this very Friday, where we'll reveal a world-class arts installation design, which I'm sure will capture the imagination of not just people in Flint, but the people of North Wales and beyond. I'd also like to extend my best wishes to the Welsh team as they go out to the Rugby League World Cup. I'm sure that they will perform magnificently and do us proud, and I wish them all the best. Officials recently engaged with 30 events organisers in North Wales to scope out further opportunities. We currently spend around about £1.7 million in supporting major events in North Wales, but we want to build on the reputation that North Wales now has globally as one of the best destinations to visit for a holiday and for outdoor adventure. So our investment must continue in those innovative products such as Surf Snowdonia, as well as the innovative major events, which can attract new and existing visitors alike. And the member may also be aware that a sports facilities study has been commissioned. Work is underway to assess what facilities are needed for future major events to be hosted in Wales. That study will look at all parts of Wales and will assess existing infrastructure as well as the demands for new sports stadia. The member may also be interested to know that I did recently meet with the Wales Curling Association to discuss the building of a bespoke facility in the adjoining constituency of Allen Deeside.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, on the 9th of July, I had the pleasure with many others of watching Brian Adams at Ares Park in Colwyn Bay, who was, of course, preceded the night before by Little Mix. And I'm looking forward, as you may be, on the 4th to 6th of August to one of the highlights of my year, which is the Mould Blues and Soul Festival. Absolutely wonderful. Great music, great local ale, great food, and hopefully fantastic weather, fingers crossed. But recognising that research and practice show that major popular music events are a fantastic way of stimulating the visitor economy in North Wales, what role is or could the Welsh Government play in helping to promote that within the wider regional offer?
Can I thank Mark Isherwood for his question, and I'm looking forward to joining him at the Mould Blues and Soul Festival in August. Perhaps we could share a pint at the Ale House or the Glasgow Inn afterwards. I'm sure it will be a magnificent event. Mould has carved out an enviable reputation in the region for hosting cultural, food and drink and sporting events, and I'm sure that the Blues and Soul Festival will prove hugely successful. We fund through the Tourism Product Innovation Fund a number of regional and local events and activities that are designed to align with the thematic years. And in North Wales this year, there have been a number of events that we've funded to capitalise on the Year of Legends. Most notably, took place based on what was called the tournament and included jousting. We work with local communities, with tourism providers and with events organisers through Visit Wales to promote all activities that are taking place, but particularly with those that are aligned with the thematic years. We noticed that in rallying the entire sector together by using the thematic years, we've been able to gain added value in terms of our offer, and that's what's led to a significant increase in the marketing spend that's been generated as a consequence of the thematic years, up by around about 18%, we believe, just last year.
Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd, ac un o'r canolfannau sydd yn ceisio sefydlu hunan, wrth gwrs, fel lle ar gyfer cynnal digwyddiadau gyda rhai o'r bandiau mawr yw'r Cae Ras. Dwi'n gyson wedi codi yr angen i fuddsoddi yn y Cae Ras gyda chi, achos mae angen iddo fe fod, a mi ddyle fe fod, yn ganolfan adloniant o bwys, ond hefyd, wrth gwrs, yn stadiwm chwaraeon o ansawdd ryngwladol. Nawr, ni'n gyson yn clywed y Llywodraeth yma yn gwneud datganiadau rhagweithiol iawn ynglŷn â canolfannau cynadleddau ac yn y blaen. Pryd welwn ni'r Llywodraeth yn bod yr un mor rhagweithiol wrth sicrhau buddsoddiad yn y Cae Ras?
Can I thank Llywydd for his question? I know he shares a very keen interest on this subject with my colleague Leslie Griffiths and with the local Member of Parliament Ian Lucas. I'm sure all of you would like to see, as I would, the racecourse receive investment to become a more active and vibrant hub within the Wrexham community, but indeed in the wider region. My officials, I'm pleased to say, recently met with Wrexham Football Trust. They discussed the vision for the stadium, but of key significance will be the role that the local authority plays in devising a master plan for the town to ensure that any future investment in the stadium is aligned with other facilities and other services that are being developed in Wrexham. But to my mind, there is no doubt that the racecourse deserves to have investment to make sure that it can go on being the oldest international stadium in Britain, in Europe and possibly the world. To do that, it will need further investment, and the further investment will only come as a consequence of a sound business case and a very clear vision, and that's exactly what, through my officials, we are now trying to draw together.
Question 5, David Rowlands.
What is the Welsh Government doing to change Wales' status as the poorest part of the UK?
Well, on measures of household incomes and wealth, Wales is not the poorest part of the UK. Nonetheless, we do need to improve wealth and well-being considerably, and therefore we are taking a range of actions to deliver prosperity for all in Wales, including investing in skills and infrastructure and creating an environment where businesses can start up and grow.
Well, thank you for that answer, Cabinet Minister. I asked the question because it appears that after many years of this institution, we are now relatively poorer than we were at the start of devolution. Why, after billions of pounds of so-called European structural funding, do we find ourselves in such a position? Surely it is time to address this situation with fundamentally different solutions than those applied before. It is time for Wales to turn away from an economy dominated by the public sector to one which is a dynamic industrial powerhouse which competes with the best in the world. We have the resources, skills, hard-working, industrious population to make this happen. And I know the Cabinet Secretary possesses those very same attributes. So will he apply them to drive this new industrial revolution in Wales and put a stop to this endless cycle of poverty?
Can I thank the member for his question, the keen interest he shows in this area and the passion with which he speaks about the need to grow wealth in the aggregate as well as at a community level, making sure that we spread prosperity more evenly across Wales. In terms of activities since devolution, well, Wales has had the 5th highest increase in GBA per head compared to the 12 UK countries and English regions. We've seen a record number of people enter into work. Unemployment is consistently at a very low rate. And we've seen the number of business births now rise to record levels. We know that there are we're just about touching on 100,000 businesses that are headquartered in Wales. But what we wish to see take place in the coming years is a move towards strengthening regional economies in Wales so that we can decentralise and deconcentrate investment. And for that reason, I'm reshaping my department so that we have strong regional units that can work with the city regions and with the growth region and with local authorities on a regional footprint to assess what the key sectoral strengths are across Wales and then to hone in, develop them and during the 4th Industrial Revolution, make sure that people are skilled and make sure that businesses are future-proofed in order to create a higher value economy, one that benefits the whole of Wales.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary, one of the best ways out of poverty is through work. And that means creating an efficient, integrated transport network to allow people, and particularly young people, to access jobs within reasonable distance from their homes. However, the cost of fares can often be a deterrent to young people being able to access such jobs. Given the Welsh Government's My Travel Pass scheme offering young people a third off bus fares ended in March this year, what plan does the Cabinet Secretary has to assist young job seekers with their transport costs when looking work across Wales? Thank you.
Can I thank thank the member for his question? He is absolutely right in the lack of affordable, reliable and frequent public transport is a major barrier preventing many people from gaining work. We know, based on all available statistics, that in the growth track region of North Wales and the Mersey area, approximately a quarter of people who receive job interviews are not able to go to them because they cannot get transport to those interviews. That is an appalling statistic which must be addressed. We have piloted the My Travel Pass. It's continuing whilst we consult with young people and with the bus sector on a sustainable replacement scheme. It's my view that there are current schemes operating in the UK that are sustainable that we could look to learn from. As recently with colleagues in Liverpool learning about the Mersey travel scheme for young people, which I believe operates on the basis of £3 can get you anywhere, anytime, as many trips as you want per day in that region. That's a sort of model that's innovative, it's sustainable, and it's fair, and that's the sort of development I'd like to see in Wales. But fundamentally, we need to reform the bus sector itself, modernise the bus sector, get better quality buses being utilised, change perceptions of bus travel as well, so that people access bus services not as a means of, not as a last resort, but because they are of a sufficiently high quality to experience an enjoyable trip. And I think in terms of rural communities especially, bus services are absolutely vital. We've maintained the bus services support grant at £25 million for several years now, because we've recognised the value of bus services in rural communities. And I'm keen to make sure that we work with the sector and with passenger groups to find more sustainable ways of growing patronage on bus services, so that the level of public subsidy can be reduced without affecting the attractiveness of transport on buses. John Griffiths.
Yes, Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you'd agree with me that the recent announcement by CAF of the 200 to 300 jobs in Newport, quality jobs building the trains of the future to help take that integrated transport system forward, is very valuable. And I'd be very interested to know how we can capitalise on that investment by attracting further investment and indeed making sure that local suppliers and local firms benefit from this very welcome development.
Well, can I thank John Griffiths for his question. I know that he's warmly welcomed the announcement by CAF of £30 million in his constituency, which will lead to the establishment of a major manufacturing facility employing 300 people. It's worth saying that we managed to beat more than 100 locations around the world to secure this investment for Wales, once again stepping up and beating our competitors around the planet. Now, the facility will enable the company to assemble, test and to commission new vehicles in Wales. It will have the capacity to undertake future manufacturing projects as well as maintenance and servicing activities as well. When you align that to the development of the metro and investment in the next franchise, I think there are huge opportunities for us to grow a skills base in this particular sector that will maintain people in employment for a generation.
Question 6, Lynn Neagle.
The Cabinet Secretary outline how the Welsh Government is working to improve prosperity in the South Wales valleys?
Yes, tomorrow we will publish our Valleys, Our Future, building on the work of the Valleys Task Force chaired by my colleague Alan Davis. In addition to this, we'll continue to invest in skills, in infrastructure and in the right business environment for companies to flourish.
Cabinet Secretary, the proposals put forward by the DWP over the future of their estate in Wales will see a relocation of some 200 skilled staff out of Cwmbran town centre. Not only would this have a devastating impact on the local economy in Cwmbran, but would pose enormous difficulties for staff either with caring responsibilities who are unable to travel to the location that's been proposed, which is the Treforest area. The fact that that location has been chosen suggests that the DWP have little or no understanding of the geography of Wales. I know that the Minister for Skills, Julie James, who's been incredibly helpful, was meeting with the UK Minister last Thursday, and I'd be grateful if, as a government, you could provide an update to members. But can I also ask you for your assurances, Cabinet Secretary, that you will do all you can personally to work with Julie James to represent the staff affected by these proposals, which will have a devastating impact on one of the poorest parts of Wales?
The member is absolutely right, and I'll just reiterate our strong disappointment that the DWP did not consult with Welsh Government ahead of the decision being made without any alternative solutions being considered. I know that the Minister has now met with the UK Government Minister, and I'm sure we'll be providing a written update to members in the coming days on the discussions that took place and the further activity that will now be undertaken. And I can assure the member as well that if any workers take redundancy, then we will offer REACT as a means of ensuring that people can get back into work without a lengthy period of unemployment. It's absolutely crucial that anyone affected by this who is left without work does not stay in unemployment for a long period of time, and we will help in every way possible.
Andrew R.T. Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, as you announced, as you just said, that the strategy will be unveiled tomorrow. The Minister made a statement last week, Alan Davis. I did press him on his statement to try and explain what the hubs economically are going to achieve. He talked of there would be 6 hubs. One of those 6 is the automotive enterprise park, call it what you will, in Blaenau Gwent, that has been allocated £100 million over 10 years. He was unable to give any information at all. I'm not sure whether that was because he didn't know what they were going to do or whether he was just being guarded because obviously there was so much focus on the Circuit of Wales concept that obviously sits in his constituency. I'd be grateful from your perspective if you could enlighten me as to exactly how these hubs will operate. Will they be merely just small enterprise zones? Will they be themed? Geographically, where will they be located? And what budget lines are going to be allocated to them, given that we know £100 million has been allocated to the one in Blaenau Gwent? Are we talking similar sorts of monies for the other hubs that will be dotted around the rest of the valleys as part of this strategy?
Can I thank Andrew R.T. Davis for his questions? Very important points that are raised. The need to ensure that the hubs operate in a way that generates sustainable growth. And I envisage the hubs developing as opportunities for clustering and agglomeration in certain specialisms. So it may be, for example, in Ebbw Vale, automotive. It may be in another hub based on house building. So my view is that the hubs have the potential to become recognisable clusters of specialisms, which again can enable skills partnerships across the Valleys region to hone in on opportunities that are emerging through the pipeline of interests that we already have. And the pipeline of interests that we already have will lead funding to be delivered on an on-demand basis. So any funding requirements will be drawn down from my department, potentially other departments, if it crosses subject boundaries. In terms of the further detail that the member requests, this is something that Alan Davis will be revealing tomorrow. But the aim of the clusters, the aim of the hubs, is to make sure that there is a concentration of activity in certain areas that are based on emerging economic and manufacturing trends and take advantage of the theme of better jobs closer to home, offering people access into work and then career progression in areas of economic activity where we know there is a sustainable future.
Cwestiwn 7, Llyr Griffith.
Diolch, Llywydd. Awn wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet o'r wybodaeth ddiweddara am yr amgueddfa bêl-droed genedlaethol arfaethedig.
Yes, can I thank the member for this question? It's very exciting. We are currently running a procurement exercise on Celta Wales to appoint a contractor to complete a feasibility study on the Football Museum. The study is set to commence around the end of August and will be completed within 6 months.
Well, thank you for your answer, and I welcome, obviously, the commissioning of this study as a consequence of an agreement between the Government and Plaid Cymru, of course. But some people are asking the question whether there's a slight change in direction here, because the original commitment was to look into a football museum located in the north, whereas the feasibility study looks at a more general sporting museum, which potentially could be anywhere in Wales. Now, some people are worried that North East Wales might lose out.
I just assure the member that the specification does state that the preferred location is in Wrexham or elsewhere in North Wales. I think it's well recognised that North Wales would do well to have a sports museum or a football museum, a specialist football museum. It could potentially complement the football museum that exists in Manchester. Given that it's a live procurement, there's a limited amount that I can say on this, but we have honoured the agreement that we reached, and I'm excited about this piece of work. I think it could produce a very, very enticing idea that we would be keen to deliver, provided the feasibility study makes it an affordable one.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, on a similar theme, and I've also had similar concern raised with me regarding the feasibility study, the procurement document you referred to, which does, I'm told, talk of being a sports museum in Wales, so I'm reassured by your comments. But do you agree it is important that what comes out of this ensures that the North East is recognised for its pioneering role in promoting what's become, well, for many, the national sport? Some might argue rugby union, but many others football, recognising that this club started in 1872, is where the first international match was played in Wales, where the FA Association of Wales was formed. and home, of course, to one of the world's oldest football clubs.
Yes, absolutely. Wrexham AFC have an incredible history that deserves to be recognised and promoted. I can also assure members, because I heard just on opposition benches and concerns expressed about whether this would be a National Museum of Wales or just a football museum. We will be engaging the National Museum of Wales in discussions and deliberations as part of the feasibility study. And in terms of Wrexham AFC and football as a whole is concerned, North East Wales has a very proud heritage in the sport. Many of us from that part of Wales would consider it to be certainly one of the national sports, probably the one that was most widely played by us when we were growing up, and we're keen to make sure that any investment in a facility such as this serves to inspire people as well as to capture the past and to inspire people to go on to be very successful in football in the future.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau i ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Diolch. Wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am nifer y cleifion sy'n cael eu cyfeirio am driniaeth orthopedic yng Ngogledd Cymru.
Thank you for the question. There has been a significant increase in orthopaedic referrals in Betsi Cadwaladr over the last 4 years, and capacity has not met demand. The local health board is taking a range of measures to deal with the increase, including the use of various triage services, such as physiotherapists and GP practices, and lifestyle and weight management clinics, in line with the recommendations of the Planned Care programme.
Mae dros 1,200 o gleifion yn aros mwy na blwyddyn am driniaeth yn y Gogledd, a dydy hynny ddim yn dderbyniol. Dwi'n gobeithio byddwch chi'n cytuno â hynny. Mae papur diweddar gan y bwrdd ar ddatblygu gwasanaethau orthopedig yn pwysleisio'r angen am fwy o lefydd hyfforddi mwyn darparu y gweithlu angenrheidiol i greu gwasanaeth canoliadwy sy'n gallu cyrraedd targedi rhesymol. Oni dydy y datganiad wnaethoch chi ddoe nad oes na achos dros sefydlu ysgol feddygol yn y Gogledd yn mynd yn gwbl groes i ysbryd papur hwnnw ac yn groes i yr hyn ddwedwyd yn adroddiad diweddar y Pwyllgor Iechyd. Wrth gwrs na all ysgol feddygol gael ei sefydlu dros nos, ond ydych addewid chi i gael mwy o fyfyrwyr i dreulio mwy o amser yn y Gogledd, fel tai hir i'w wlad bellenig yn amlwg ddim yn ddigon da. Pryd ydych chi am ddangos rhywfaint o uchelgais ar y mater yma, gosod nod mwyn i ni gael dechrau symud tuag ato fo?
Thank you for the follow-up questions. I do agree that long waits are unacceptable. There's a real challenge for Betsi Cadwaladr in actually delivering property capacity and demand within its services. We know that there's likely to be more demand as we move forward. That's where they have to take a range of measures. And the initial orthopaedic plan they had at board wasn't endorsed because there's still further work to do on it. There's a challenge here about a range of our services, not just specialist services, but elective services as well, in understanding how we use properly the capacity we have and in reconfiguring that capacity to make better use of it. I think the link that you attempt to draw between a decision over a medical school and the ability to recruit enough staff to work within a different model, I don't accept that there is a direct link in the way in which you try to present it. The decision that I announced yesterday was meeting the commitment that I gave to the Assembly to give that indication before recess, and deliberately done so before questions today to make sure there are opportunities to have this debate within the Chamber. But the Health Committee report did not say that there should be a medical school in North Wales. It made a number of points that I do take seriously about the case to be made to make sure that training across the country takes place and where those medical education places are actually provided. That includes a proper conversation with the 2 medical schools about where their students are housed and where they undertake their medical education. And as I indicated in my statement yesterday, I do think there is a proper case to take forward to ensure that more people undertake medical education within North Wales. So there has to be a proper partnership carried forward between Bangor, Cardiff and Swansea universities and the National Health Service to make sure we do deliver more places for medical education to take place. And that must take place regardless of any expansion in numbers. Because if I were to try and tell you and other people this will only take place if there is an expansion in numbers of medical education, it would be the wrong signal to give. I think it's important that our current cohort, we think about how we use how we provide the opportunity for more of those people to undertake their education in different settings. That does chime with work already in place, and I'm committed to doing that and to having an open and a sensible conversation with stakeholders, not just across the National Health Service, but in this chamber and beyond, to deliver on that ambition, because I do think there will then be a greater prospect of people either staying in North Wales or returning to North Wales to undertake further periods of medical education and actually stay to work within the National Health Service thereafter.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Thank you, and thank you to the member from Ynys Môn for raising this once again in this chamber. Now, according to the latest Welsh Government figures, the number of patients left waiting over 36 weeks, which is twice as long as in England, for trauma and orthopaedic treatment in North Wales now stands at 3,336. This is the highest it has ever been. Anecdotally, an 84-year-old female constituent of mine waited 103 weeks, 84 years old. That's over 720 days, almost 2 years, for their surgery. And a male constituent waited 3 years for hip operations. In response to my correspondence, you state that you expect all patients to be seen at the earliest opportunity. That is a laugh. What are you going to do about your failure to deliver for these 3,500 patients in North Wales? It's your government, you hold the brief and portfolio for health. And I have raised this question time and time again, and we get very, very waffly answers. Tell the people in North Wales, 3,336, who've been waiting over 36 weeks, twice as long as in England. Tell them, when are they going to have their operations?
I can assure the member this is not a laughing matter, and it's certainly not something that I find amusing at all. The challenge always is whether, in relation to an issue we understand there is more than one reason for a rise in demand or the inability of the health service to meet that demand, the demand for a simple answer to flick a switch and deal with it, that's unlikely to be the case. And I would much rather be honest and deal with Janet Finch-Saunders saying that I'm waffling by explaining honestly and clearly the challenges we face and what is being done about them, rather than pretend that there is a magic lever within government to make all of this go away. I think that is absolutely the wrong thing to do. But I am clear, I do expect people to be seen at the earliest opportunity. And that is why I'm very clear, not just to herself, but to other members in the chamber across other parties too, that I do think the waiting times within North Wales are unacceptable. That's why I expect the Health Board to improve. That's why I expect to see a real plan for orthopaedic services in North Wales to make a real difference, not just at a long point within the future, but progressively over the rest of this term as well.
Question 2, Leanne Wood.
What efforts are being made by the Welsh Government to retain existing staff in the health service in Wales?
There are a range of measures in place as the Welsh Government remains committed to supporting and retaining the existing NHS workforce. We have an open and constructive dialogue with trade unions and other staff representatives, and we're determined to create a supportive learning environment for our staff to work in and deliver high-quality care with and for the people of Wales.
There's a link between waiting times and the number of staff that you've got working in the service. Recent figures have shown that the number of nurses and midwives in the UK leaving the profession has risen by 51% in 4 years. Within these figures released by the Nursing and Midwifery Council, homegrown nurses have been found to be leaving in the largest numbers. Now, the Royal College of Nursing and the Royal College of Midwives have both called for the pay cap to be scrapped to prevent this situation from getting worse. Do you not agree that it is time for you to fill the Welsh Labour Manifesto pledge to scrap the cap to ensure that nurses remain in post in Wales? And secondly, by ensuring that you stick to your manifesto commitment, you will help to prevent further damage to people's trust in politics.
When you promise something,
there is a real issue about staff within the service, and the pay cap is not just about people's financial means. There is a real issue about value, and that was set out very clearly in the last NHS Pay Review Body's report. It was set out again not just within the health service, but across the public sector. In the report from the Senior Salaries Review Body issued this week, in the Armed Forces Pay Review Body as well, there is a real issue about the continuing pay cap and the effective approximately 14% drop in real terms income. This government wants to see the pay cap removed. We've been very clear about that. I've discussed that with both the RCN and other trade unions as well. And trade unions themselves understand very well that this requires the UK government to shift its position. The remit that is given to pay review bodies essentially comes in its financial envelope from the resources available. And that means if the UK government do not shift their position and provide resources to deliver a real terms pay increase, what we could do is give them a remit to give a bigger increase to staff, and we then have to fund that increase for National Health Service workers on the back of redundancies in other parts of the public service, because that is the reality where we are. And it's no use the Leader of Plaid Cymru saying that isn't true. We need to deal in reality, because people in our public service are facing the reality of a pay cap. They face the reality of the Tories continuing that pay cap. You may think the right way to approach is to give the Tories a free pass on the issue. I think all of us who want to see a real terms pay rise of public service workers need to identify the real cause of the problem and make sure the Tories do not get away scot-free. We do make sure that the UK government deliver on the signals they give and actually make sure that the pay cap is ended. That is what trade unions want, that is what our staff want, that is what this government wants.
Russell George.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The concern raised with me in Mid Wales is not so much about retention, but it's about recruitment of health professionals in the first place. There are concerns raised with me on a regular basis about the severe shortage of the recruitment of dentists in Mid Wales. So can I ask, what is the Welsh Government doing to incentivise the recruitment of dentists, GPs and other medical professionals to take up positions in Mid Wales in particular?
Well, in terms of reviewing and understanding the recruitment across Mid Wales and in fact every other part of Wales, health boards themselves within their MTPs are supposed to be able to plan for the workforce. We are taking forward measures to more properly understand the needs of the workforce and our training and education requirements. That will get taken forward with the introduction of Health, Education and Improvement Wales. That's part of the picture. But the general picture of recruitment is also affected by the issues we just discussed with the Leader of Plaid Cymru about the continuing pay cap. That is a real issue about how people are valued. The way in which our services work is also a particular challenge for us as well. To try to pretend there is one single issue to resolve all of these just means that a politician may have an easy answer to give, but will not deal with the issue that public servants face or that our communities face. The other aspect in the recruitment that none of us should forget is the onrushing juggernaut of Brexit. If we don't have a proper deal about what this will look like, those European Union staff who have already left, all parts of the service you refer to, those that are already considering leaving as well, that will make it worse, not better. And if we can't understand all of those issues have an impact in every single part of Wales, then we will fail to not just to understand the challenge, but actually have a proper answer to make sure we have a well-funded and well-resourced public health service, including, of course, the staff to actually undertake the work.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As has been pointed out in this chamber on numerous occasions, there's a nurse shortage in the NHS. This shortage has been getting progressively worse for years. And that's basically because both UK and Welsh governments have failed to ensure that there's sufficient nurse training places being funded to provide care for an ever-increasing population. What measures are you taking to increase the number of nurse training places in Wales?
Well, I'm happy to confirm that this government has progressively increased the numbers of nurse training places within Wales. I announced in February this year another significant increase on the back of increases in the previous 2 years. If you went and spoke to the Royal College of Nurses or to Unison, as the trade unions represent the largest number of nurses in Wales, and they would recognise this government is increasing training places. In addition to the Train, Work, Live campaign that we have introduced, working alongside stakeholders within the service. In addition to keeping the NHS bursary that we are proud to have kept, unlike the decision made across our border. This is a government that is serious about workforce planning, serious about working alongside staff representatives, and serious about having the staff to undertake the job to do. But that does require a different conversation about resources. And members from any party cannot simply point the finger at this government and say, make more resources available for the National Health Service, without then setting out which other part of public service and spending in Wales will have further cuts imposed upon them to do that. We already make incredibly painful choices to put extra resources into the National Health Service. I think our staff and our public deserve honesty in this debate, and that is what this government will do.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau. Llefarydd y ceidwadwyr Angela Burns.
Cabinet Secretary, the interim parliamentary review on health and social care has highlighted that there remain significant barriers for good ideas and policies to translate fully throughout the whole of the NHS due to cultural resistance and a fear of failure. And there is a recognition, evidence-based, that a significant proportion of the public sector are often doing things without understanding what really works, and it stresses the need not to be afraid of failure but to learn from it, because this approach will allow for a far more innovative and open approach to change that can only have positive outcomes. Now, Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you're aware that the Behavioural Insights team that works very closely with Westminster Government sets out to encourage the public sector to address change in a more similar way to the private sector. And what I was wondering, what I would like to know is, have you engaged with or considered engaging with organisations such as the Behavioural Insights team so that we can fully engineer effective and sustainable change throughout the Welsh NHS?
Well, there is a serious point in the question that the member asks about our ability to change and reform public services by choice and understanding the choice that we'll be making in delivering a different service, rather than simply waiting for the service to be broken before we fix it. And I accept there are significant cultural challenges within every public service in there, including the health service. So part of our challenge is, as you correctly identify, looking at where that experience exists. We have work ongoing, and I am certainly prepared to listen to and for the service to engage with a range of different people, because actually delivering significant change in a large private sector employer isn't easy necessarily, and so there are insights for us to gain in the private and the public sector too, and that does not mean we surrender the values and the ethos of the service. We do need to understand how we deliver the change that is plainly required.
Business process re-engineering is never easy to deliver, but the tactics of sort of nudge and leading and culture change are very well evidenced and have been used successfully in private and public sector. And I would urge the Cabinet Secretary to engage with organisations like that, because we can all learn, and there are good practices to learn from these kind of organisations. Now, whilst the Parliamentary Review team are also going to be working over the next few months to develop more of a detailed map to aid the identified direction of travel for the NHS and social care sectors, do you think that these sectors should continue with current plans for structural reform? And if you do, is there any government-led work to ensure that any divergence is minimised between proposed structural reform now and what the Parliamentary Review may say in the more longer term?
This comes back to some of the conundrum that we discussed in actually setting up and agreeing the terms of reference for the Parliamentary Review. Not just yourselves, but the spokesperson of Plaid Cymru also raised the point about, will the review mean that you will stop doing things you need to do now and kick things into long grass? And look at the balance in saying, do we want to put something off until the review have to come up with their recommendations? There's a balance to be struck. But I still think that where there is a clear case for services needing to change, there's a clear case for different parts of the service needing to work more closely together, and that should happen. So, for example, on elective care, Hywel Dda Health Board and Abertawe Bro Megannig have had a joint planning meeting, and I expect those to be a regular occurrence. The Health Board in South East Wales, Cwmtaff and Iron Bevan and Cardiff and Vale are having joint planning meetings as well. So there has to be an understanding of what needs to take place now and not simply waiting and putting everything off for the Parliamentary Review to report, because the challenge you raised in your first question about the cultural challenges, they exist within clinicians, they exist within the public, and indeed politicians, and our ability and our willingness to support and get behind change. So I don't think there is a need to put off the drivers to try and discuss and talk about change, but there is a need to properly understand what the Parliamentary Review will come forward with us in a number of months, and I think will go quite quickly, and then to understand how we do what they suggest, and understanding what we think works, and then to do so rapidly and at scale across the National Health Service.
I think that the Parliamentary Review interim report is very clear in the direction of travel, and my understanding is it has buy-in from not just the health and social care sectors, but also political buy-in in terms of that direction of travel. The question that I actually asked you was, is there some kind of oversight going on to ensure that any structural reforms that are currently being undertaken or currently being proposed by health boards have got some kind of backstop review to ensure that they are going in approximately the right direction of travel? Because, like you, I do not think we can just stop everything until we have a nice fat report in our hands that we can all study. And, of course, one of the areas that has been highly identified identified by all of us here, by the health boards, by the parliamentary review, is that mental health services in Wales need, to be frank, totally overhauled for both adults and children. And I do appreciate that there is work ongoing, and indeed I was pleased to sponsor and chair a session arranged by the NHS Confederation in which initiatives were outlined as to what we're going to be doing or what they intend to do to improve and deliver transformative change within adult and child mental health service. And it is obvious that some areas in Wales have made outstanding progress. So again, I ask you, whilst we're not going to wait for this report to deliver all, what will you be doing to drive and to identify those initiatives that have delivered some outstanding changes, transformative changes to child and adult mental health care? What will you be doing to identify those and to try to ensure that they are consistently and quickly applied throughout the rest of Wales? Because this is one area where we as a nation are not doing so very well.
I thank the member for the question. In the general sense of the backstop and the ability to think about whether we're delivering change and to make sure it's going in broadly the right direction. That's why there's an NHS collaborative, bringing chief execs together to discuss and review evidence for changes that are proposed. That's why we have integrated medium-term plans to try and set out the direction of travel for each health board, to have a plan moving forward about the changes that are being contemplated and delivered. It's why health boards themselves, not so they have processes in terms of capital investment as well. There has to be a business case, and then there's an investment board that looks at all Wales capital bids, so where capital is being used to try and re-engineer a service. So there are different layers of oversight about some of the plans and challenges over service reformation. In the particular area you raise about children and young people, I would not be quite so pessimistic about the need for a total overhaul. There are challenges in different parts of the country of differing scale, but that's part of the reason why, in recognising the, if you like, the short-term significant build-up of pressure that came in, that's why we made the choices to start the Together for Children and Young People exercise with the NHS, working with the third sector, working with statutory partners, and indeed with young people themselves having an engagement in it. And it's then about delivering a service model they recommend. That's also why I invested the additional sums of money. And we are seeing waiting times come down in this particular service area, and we are seeing faster access to therapies, backed up, of course, by tougher standards on waiting times in this area. But this is not a position where any of us should say we now have the perfect solution and the answer. The progress we've made is real. The reality is it is also real that there are still too many children and young people and their families who wait too long, and it's a constant process of reviewing where we are and what we need to do next. And that is already delivering transformative change within our service. But it isn't just the specialist end. It is about the wider, the broader services that wrap around families. And it is about, you're right, it is about the consistency of the ability to do that. That's why being reflective, having a national mechanism as well as a local mechanism to do so really matters. And it's also where we take the third sector and the voice of children and young people themselves seriously in designing and delivering our services.
Llywydd Plaid Cymru, Rhina Bjorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr. On Monday, the Auditor General released a critical report about the behaviour of Cardiff and Vale regarding procurement and recruitment. Now, I understand that in response, NHS Wales's Chief Executive has written to LHBs to seek assurances about their processes. What's your hunch? Do you think this was a one-off?
I think it is likely to have been a one-off, but part of the point about the Chief Executive writing to all health boards is to ensure that it has been a one-off. If there are other issues, then we want those to be uncovered and dealt with. Because the Wales Audit Office investigation revealed a picture that is simply not acceptable, not in line with the established processes and recommendations. And again, the Chief Executive's letter to every Chief Executive in NHS Wales makes very clear that we expect those standards to be strictly adhered to.
The report itself highlighted what I think we're justified in calling nepotism. when it came to procurement and recruitment. The Auditor General also noted it proved extremely difficult to obtain a clear position of the facts relating to the matters subject to audit. UHB officers and former officers provided conflicting and inconsistent accounts. There was a tendency for them to blame each other for the failings identified in the report. I could go on. Cabinet Secretary, we have many excellent managers and officers in the NHS in Wales, but I'm sure you'd agree that in this case behaviour has been unacceptable. We have a GMC for doctors, an NMC for nurses and midwives. So where is the body for regulation of NHS managers? And of course, managers can do just as much damage to patients from poor decision-making. Is this something that you would consider?
I'm always open to considering whether our accountability framework is in place as it should be. But this should work by the proper challenge of the board itself, those independent members and non-exec members. And that's part of the challenge here in understanding what information was provided, how the information was not provided to the board. And I think the honest truth is that the people responsible for the choices in this particular report, as has been revealed by the Wales Audit Officer report, which is an unusual step. It is unusual for a report to provide a like. So I do not think the Auditor General has provided a report like this before about NHS Wales. It's a bit more common in England, where procurement is a different beast. The challenge here is to make sure that we are clear about our expectations, clear about the accountability that must flow where people do get this wrong, and that is proper accountability. And I think actually the Health Board now, and I was encouraged by the response from the new Chief Executive, who again made clear that what had happened was not acceptable, won't be defended, and it's important there is confidence amongst the staff and the public about the process in place today and the expectation of behaviour today as well.
You mentioned their accountability within the NHS and how the NHS itself seeks to better itself through its own governance. You have recently published a white paper on reforming NHS governance, and real concerns actually have been brought to my attention about some of the suggestions that are being made, certainly in relation to the replacement of CHCs with new arrangements, in particular the potential erosion of local knowledge and also a lack of assurance that there will be a continued real, strong patient's voice in any new proposals. But would you accept that a better way forward, perhaps, rather than reforming NHS governance now, would be initially to have an independent review of management across NHS Wales, highlighting and seeking to promote the undoubted good practice that we have, but whilst at the same time trying to root out the bad and using that as a basis for new legislation?
Well, the white paper is a genuine consultation, so it really is open for people to express their views, and if they don't support the proposal, think about alternatives to improve the quality and governance and direction of the National Health Service. So this is not the government saying we're asking you, but we've already made our minds up. It is a genuine consultation. On the point out whether there is now a case for an independent review of managers and management within the health service, I'd need to be persuaded that's the right thing to do. But if you think there is a compelling case to make, I'd be happy to consider representations that you provide on how that could add value over and above what we already have in place and over and above the professional expectations we could and should properly have for NHS senior managers and the operation of boards within the National Health Service.
Llywydd UKIP Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, the second Wales Cancer Patient Experience Survey has once again highlighted the fact that many cancer patients still do not have a key worker. And while we have made progress, 14% of patients still don't have a key worker, and more than a quarter of patients said it was often difficult to contact the key worker. The survey also highlighted the benefits patients found in having a clinical nurse specialist, with the majority of the 81% of patients who had one stating that their treatment was greatly improved due to this. As a result, Macmillan Wales is calling for every person with cancer in Wales to have access to a clinical nurse specialist. Cabinet Secretary, do you support this view, and do you agree that the clinical nurse specialist should act as a key worker for Welsh cancer patients?
We certainly want every patient where a clinical nurse specialist is appropriate to be part of their care to have one. The challenge about whether the clinical nurse specialist is the key worker, I think, is different, because for some people it need not be the clinical nurse specialist who acts the key worker, although in practice, in the great majority of cases, it is the clinical nurse specialist who undertakes that role. And there's been a significant improvement on people knowing who their key worker is. In the previous cancer patient survey in 2013, 66% of people knew who their allocated key worker was. In this survey, that's gone up to 86%. And again, this is a significant undertaking. Over 6,700 staff have given up their time to provide their view on a wide range of their own experience of cancer care. And it's as a result of this wide-ranging survey that we're able to understand the state of our current services, the areas where we've improved, and equally those areas where we still need to improve further in the future.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. And staying with the Wales Cancer Patient Experience Survey, nearly a quarter of patients said that their GP didn't take their symptoms seriously before their diagnosis. In fact, 6% of patients stated they had to see their GP at least 5 times before being referred to hospital. As stated in the Cancer Delivery Plan, detecting cancer earlier makes it more likely that treatment can be curative, less intensive and less expensive. It is therefore vital that when someone presents with symptoms that could be caused by cancer, they are taken seriously. Unfortunately, we seem to operate in a model where we rule conditions in rather than out. We work up to the most serious rather than working back. So, Cabinet Secretary, what more can be done to improve early cancer diagnosis in primary care?
I don't think the way in which you characterise the way that general practitioners approach their job is particularly fair. I do think there is a serious case, though, about improving the number and the quality of referrals. And this is a really big challenge for the health service, because the overwhelming majority of people referred in with suspected cancer are actually given the all-clear. So we already have a significant undertaking where we're looking for the minority of people who are referred in who are then told that there is a form of cancer for them to be treated. And I think sometimes that loss, it's also the case that the cancer referrals have gone up significantly in this last year. They're up 12% within this year alone. And it is about how we continue to improve the rate of referral, but also what the conversion rate is as well, because within health boards there are different referral rates, but also different conversion rates. And sorry, for those who aren't aware, the conversion rate is the number of people who are referred in and then go on to be told that they have a particular cancer. That may be about the communities themselves. It may also be about the numbers of people and how and why they're being referred in. It's really important, again, that we have a properly reflective approach where general practitioners are able to talk to each other and other actors within the service to understand what is happening and the outcomes they're delivering for their patients. And I think it's got to be a properly reflective and supportive approach, as opposed to looking to say that there will be blame apportioned to GPs who are being told they're doing their job in the wrong way. I think that's unlikely to see the sort of reflective and positive approach that people want to take. And let's not forget, these are people who make a choice to go into medicine, to care for people, to help improve lives, and we need to help them to do their job, as well as being properly reflective on where that improvement is required.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And finally, less than half of cancer patients had the opportunity to discuss their needs, and only 18% of patients were offered a written care plan. Care plans are not only focused on healthcare needs, but they also pick up on emotional, financial and practical support. And less than half of Welsh patients were given information on financial support and benefits, or had the impact their cancer would have on their day-to-day life discussed with them. We need to improve the way we deal with the impact cancer has on the patient, not just on their physical health, but the broader aspects. So what is your government doing, Cabinet Secretary, to ensure that all patients are offered a written care plan which incorporates a holistic needs assessment?
We set out clearly our expectations for improvement in the cancer delivery plan. There's no dispute within the wide range of healthcare professionals in tertiary, secondary and primary care services of the need for improvement. or in the real value of having written care plans. And it is indeed because people see the whole person. So not just the particular direct impact of cancer in terms of treatment terms, what that means for that person, their ability to work, their ability to live their life, to make different choices, and actually their prospects for the future. And so it is really important to have that wider discussion and to understand that will be at different points in time for different people. Some people at the point of diagnosis may want to know everything. Other people may want to get out of the room as soon as possible. And it's understandable why that happens. And that's why a service has to be not having a one-size-fits-all approach, to be more agile and to be wrapped around that person. And it also reiterates the need to have not just primary care and hospitalist care in a proper and constructive relationship with each other, but actually the real value of people in the third sector are able to support people in a different way, in a non-medicalised setting. But I do think that it's important not to lose sight of the fact that more people are being referred for cancer, more people are being treated for cancer, more people are treated in time for cancer, and more people have better outcomes. More people survive now than ever before. And actually the experience of care, 93% of people have a good experience of cancer care here in Wales. So more improvement required. I accept that completely, but let's not try and say that everything is bad here. We have many things to be very proud of.
Question 3, Julie Morgan.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the extent of injuries caused by dog bites treated in Welsh hospitals?
The latest published information for 2015-16 shows 525 hospital admissions across Wales for patients bitten or struck by a dog.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that information. I understand from the Communication Workers Union that there have been 1,750 days lost by Royal Mail staff across the UK during the last year due to dog attacks, and there have been some terrible injuries to postal staff, including fractures, tendon damage and even amputations. So I'm grateful that we have those figures, those Wales-wide figures, because would he agree that having the figures from the Health Service will be a help in contributing to assessing the overall picture and informing the view of what actions need to be taken in order to address this growing problem?
Yes, I do agree, and I want to pay tribute both to Julie Morgan and her constituent, Councillor Dilwar Ali, for the approach they've taken, not just in the individuals who affected his family, but actually in seeing a wider issue to campaign on and improve both for members of the wider public, as well as, in particular, postal staff who are largely members of the CWU. This is not, if you like, a laughing matter where the poster gets a nip and that's just part of the job. Actually, this is a real and serious issue where people have real harm caused to them, not just physical harm, but actually someone's willingness and ability to do their job. And I know that the Postal Service spend a significant amount of time in trying to identify where there are likely to be dogs that are or are not controlled, and the ability to provide mail to that house and to make sure that workers are properly protected. So I'm happy that the Health Service provides information to help understand the scale and the nature of the problem, the cost of the public purse, the cost of the individual, and the improvement that all of us need to be a part of in making. And I know that politicians who wander around the country in elections have a small example of what postal workers undertake and the difficulties they face on a regular basis.
Angela Burns.
Indeed, Cabinet Secretary, you're talking to one of the politicians who suffered so only last May. I had a very bad bite on my hand, thanks to a random dog. Had outstanding service at Withybush Hospital A&E, who performed a lengthy but significant operation to repair my hand. But above all, I was able to return home, and for the rest of the week, I received a treatment 3 times a day from the acute response team. And indeed, numbers of my constituents have had the acute response teams respond to them. This is a time-limited acute nursing intervention to patients within the community to prevent them from having to stay within hospitals. And one of my constituents had septicemia and had the acute response team come out to him and look after him, I think 4 times a day, actually. Cabinet Secretary, could you just give us an overview about the acute response teams and what we might be able to do to promote their use throughout Wales, because they are a very good way of ensuring that people are not having to stay in beds, freeing up beds for other people, and in giving that community treatment in their homes where they want to be. But they wouldn't be able to stay there without such a great initiative as an acute response team, such as the one in Halvar.
Well, it's a good example of the fact that within each of our health boards there are examples of real excellence, and the drives to have more care delivered closer to home, make sure people don't need to stay unnecessarily within a hospital setting. And again, the point that significant areas of activity that would previously been undertaken by doctors are now undertaken by different staff. And having a nurse-led intervention is a good example of that. And another example, the sort of reform we want to see in our service, delivered progressively, that isn't about bricks and mortar, but is about how we make better use of our staff in different settings. And I think it's what we need to develop an expectation within the public for. But I think there's a real desire amongst the staff themselves to design new models of care to do just that.
Question 4, Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, what action will the Cabinet Secretary take to improve services for cancer patients in Wales in 2017, please?
Thank you for the question. The Welsh Government's intentions were set out in November last year in the updated Cancer Delivery Plan for Wales. Through the National Implementation Group, there will be a focus on early diagnosis, and health boards will continue to prioritise cancer waiting times.
Thank you very much for the reply, Cabinet Secretary. During the general election 2010, Labour promised to provide every cancer patient in Wales with a key worker by 2011. However, the recent Wales Cancer Patient Experience Survey found that 14% of respondents still do not have a key worker. Also, it is not mandatory for Public Health Wales to collect data on key workers. What action will the Cabinet Secretary take to ensure that this vital data is collected, and when does he expect that cancer patients in Wales will receive the level of care promised back in 2010? I think 6-7 years is much longer than our term, and the promise should be fulfilled. Thank you.
Well, in answer to the question from the UKIP spokesperson, I again indicated that from 2013, where 66% of cancer patients had a key worker added, that's risen to 86% in the most recent survey. So significant progress, and yet more to do, as I previously indicated. Currently, the key worker information is held within the Cancer Information System, otherwise known as CANISC, and we do know that needs to be replaced. And so it should then make it easier to understand a range of these areas, rather than asking health boards to manually or to invent a different system to collect information on key workers. I'm interested in getting a proper approach to collect and allow us to interrogate that data in a meaningful way, not just about key workers, but on a number of other areas. So that work is being undertaken by the Wales Cancer Network and by officials across the government. So this is an area where I think we can be proud of the progress we've made. And as I say, and I regularly say, but we still recognise there is more for us to do.
Dawn Bowden.
Cabinet Secretary, the cross-party group on asbestos received a presentation at its meeting in May on immunotherapy as a potential treatment in mesothelioma, including the Scopos trial at Velindre, looking at how a vaccine called Trovax may work alongside chemotherapy for those who suffer from pleural mesothelioma. Funding for this research runs out in August of this year, and there is a concern that the immunotherapy research being carried out in Leicester University, which is heavily dependent on the trial work carried out by the Cardiff Research Group, could be compromised. Do you agree with me, Cabinet Secretary, this is pioneering work being carried out in Velindre and is key to identifying new ways of treating mesothelioma? And can you assure me that you will look at what funding can be provided to ensure that this work can continue beyond August?
I thank the member for raising the issue. Mesothelioma is something that I am particularly interested in. Without wishing to go over my previous role, myself and somebody else in the chamber were lawyers at before coming to this place, and actually dealt with and worked on a number of mesothelioma cases, and meeting members of the family and having to do witness appeals. It was a particularly striking, at times very difficult experience to go through, because mesothelioma is to date always fatal, and often the path to the end is a quick and a distressing one. So I'm particularly interested in research to potentially not just extend life, potentially to save life as well. I'd be grateful, actually, if the member would write to me. I'd be happy to discuss the matter with her in more detail. I understand you are the chair of the cross-party group, to understand where we are now and the approach we'll take with other parts of the UK in helping to improve outcomes in the future.
Question 5, Jane Bryant.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on progress of clinical research and innovation in the Welsh NHS?
Thank you for the question. Research and innovation are key criteria for University Health Board designations in Wales and form part of the NHS Wales planning framework. As a government, we've committed over £29 million in this financial year to continue our investment in high-quality research and technology-focused innovation within the NHS.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Clinical Research Innovation Centre at St Woolas Hospital is an excellent example of investment by an Iron Bevan Health Board, which allows researchers and staff to participate in groundbreaking research in areas including dementia, diabetes and cancer. Last year, over 17,000 participants participated in nearly 480 clinical research studies, which helps researchers develop new treatments and ensures that patients have access to those closer to home. What plans does the Cabinet Secretary have to work with the Centre, health boards and others to ensure that support and encouragement of patients, carers and staff fully embrace research and make it a core activity within the NHS in Wales?
I thank the member for the question. I enjoyed my visits to your constituency to meet staff within the Iron Bevan University Health Board, and I was struck by the range of activity that was being undertaken. That's part of the £21 million that we fund through Health and Care Research Wales. The additional £8 million that I referred to in the 29 comes to the Efficiency Through Technology Fund. There's a range of different routes to getting there, but actually this is really important for not just having staff who are committed and want to understand what more they can do, but actually to improve outcomes and the quality of care that is delivered. And as I said, it is a key part of University Health Board designation and status, and it also forms part of the criteria for approving or not approving an integrated medium-term plan. So this is embedded within our planning framework, and I expect to see in our regulators with chairs in their appraisals to make sure that research and innovation are a key part of what the health boards are actually undertaking today to ensure that we improve healthcare for tomorrow.
Nick Ramsey.
Cabinet Secretary, it was a pleasure accompanying you to the turf cutting ceremony at the new Critical Care Centre, now known as the Grange University Hospital, on Monday in Cwmbran. I did tweet a nice picture of us with you with the shovel digging the foundations. This new hospital has been a long time in the pipeline, as we know, and you have the virtue of being the minister that actually got to cut the turf. Many of your predecessors didn't get round to doing that. But would you agree with me, it's more than just about the building. We want to see that the new hospital develops into a world-class centre of excellence and innovation. I know it was once considered as a possible centre for neuroscience, but I think that fell by the way. So what work are you doing, and is the Welsh Government doing, to ensure that when the new hospital does finally open, hopefully in a few years' time, that it really will be a hospital that will be world-class and will be something that people of South Wales can be really proud of and will attract the brightest and the best of medical staff?
I think it should make a real and significant difference in remodelling healthcare right across the Gwent area and beyond. It's due to open, as you know, in spring 2021, when the Grange University Hospital should be open for business. But it's important in terms of the question that Jane Bryant's asked and the point that you make to understand that the way in which we deliver service isn't simply about delivering excellent healthcare. Research and innovation have to take place alongside and through that as well. So I do expect there to be a keen focus on research and innovation when that hospital opens, not just the point of opening, but throughout the period of time, because that is part of attracting and retaining staff in there. So, for example, the moves that have already been made to have a hyperacute stroke unit currently based in the Royal Gwent. Well, a lot of that is actually about having a different service model that has allowed it to attract, recruit and retain high-quality staff who would not otherwise have come in to an old model of care. But the research that is already ongoing there should be carried forward within a new model of delivering healthcare as well. So for me, it's a key part of what we're investing in for the future, not just the bricks and the mortar.
Guy Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, Ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Be ydych chi'n neud I hybu ymchwil clinigol mewn iechyd gwledig yma yng Nghymru?
Interestingly, I've had a range of conversations with people in the Mid Wales Collaborative, with Aberystwyth University, and with Bronglaes Hospital. But also, I attended last week the Research and Innovation Day at Trinity College Carmarthen, which looked at a range of research and innovation activities right across the Hywel Health Board area. And there's a very clear signal from this government that we expect that work to continue, because there are a number of people who want to undertake activities in areas where they know they'll have to work effectively in an urban area or in a city-based service. There are lots of other people who specifically want to work in rural medicine, and we need to make sure that our service doesn't just provide the services people who live in rural communities want to undertake, but that we understand what the best quality evidence is available about how to deliver that service safely and securely in a way that values the choices people make to live in rural communities to make sure they receive high-quality healthcare too.
Question 6, Neil Hamilton.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the current provision of general practices in Wales?
Thank you. We are committed to high-quality general practice as a core part of a modern primary care service. Investment in general medical services will increase by £27 million in this financial year. This, together with the £40 million of primary care estates and our £43 million primary care fund, supports the ongoing provision of sustainable and high-quality general practice.
Well, I'm grateful for that reply, but the Cabinet Secretary will know that the National Survey for Wales found that 39% of respondents find it difficult to make a convenient appointment to see a GP, and 62% overall were not satisfied with the service provided by the NHS in Wales. Since 2004, as a proportion of NHS funding, general practice has declined from 10% of the total to 8%. Admittedly, that's gone up recently. But the BMA say that in order to get to a satisfactory position, this should be 12% of what we currently spend on the NHS. So can the Cabinet Secretary give us an idea of what response he would make to the BMA about that figure?
To be fair, this is the General Practice Committee of the BMA. I'm robustly confident that clinicians in secondary care would not wish to see a significant resource transfer between secondary and primary care, and that is an honest part of our challenge. As we increase money going into the health service, as I said, at a painful and significant cost to other parts of public spending activity here in Wales, when you think about how and where we'll invest that money, and the honest truth is that delivering services in secondary care is more expensive than delivering services in primary care. So even as we invest in trying to deliver more care closer to home, the example that Angela Burns gave earlier, that doesn't always have the same cost attached, for example, as the significant capital you need to invest in, for example, a new generation of radiologists. So there are honest choices to make here. What I'm determined to do is, as services move and are reconfigured, that funding is provided to make sure that service is properly and adequately resourced. I don't think it's helpful to try and stick to a percentage figure within the NHS budget as the aim and the objective. The aim and the objective must be to deliver the right care at the right time in the right place and with the right resources to allow people to do so.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, when it comes to mental health services, there is evidence that good counselling services can prevent repeat GP attendances, and they have a proven track record of helping and managing and even alleviating mild to moderate symptoms. I do think this sort of innovation is something we need to see more of in the NHS, particularly if we want to retain more GPs, perhaps some of the older ones who are thinking about retirement, of which are quite a large number in Wales. This is just an example of how we can help balance the workload and use GPs at their best for the actual sharp end of the service that's required.
I agree that we need to consider how we make best use of professionals within the service and outside the service as well. It's a significant part of a GP's caseload, actually, those sort of moderate to lower level mental health challenges that bring people through their doors. And it's part of the reason why lots of primary care clusters are investing in counselling services with the resources that we've made available to them. It's mental health and therapy services are some of the more significant and consistent areas, together with pharmacy, for that cluster investment. And it is about that general sense of well-being and how we actually address that as well. And sometimes that is not a medical intervention. So, for example, when we think about social prescribing, much of that is actually about improving mental health and well-being as an alternative to, if you like, a formal talking therapy or indeed medication. That's also why this government has recommitted in our programme for governments to undertaking a significant social prescribing pilot that we think will provide us with significant information on how to develop a system for the future should make a real difference to mental health and well-being. And obviously we'll look again to the Eurosur Practice of Valley Steps, which we think has made a real difference in this area already.
Sian Gwenllian.
Mae meddygfa dolwenith ym Mhen y Groes yn cau ddiwedd y mis. Fydd na neb yn dod yn lle'r meddyg sy'n ymddeol. Fo oedd yr unig un oedd yn cynnig gwasanaeth Cymraeg mewn ardal o 5,000 o bobl, 3/4 ohonyn nhw yn siarad Cymraeg. Fe fydd gan y dyffryn lai o ddoctoriaid y pen na Chyfartaledd Cymru. A ddoe mewn datganiad tila tu hwnt, fe ddudoch chi na fyddwch chi'n sefydlu ysgol feddygol ym Mangor. Sawl meddygfa arall sy'n gorfod cau, sawl locum arall fyddach chi'n gorfod talu'n ddrud amdanyn nhw. Cyn i chi sylweddoli, mae ysgol feddygol ydy'r unig ffordd gynaladwy o ddatrys yr argyfwng iechyd sy'n ei wynebu ni yng Ngogledd Cymru.
Well, I don't share the points that you make, and I think we could either have a conversation where we'll continue to talk about how we deliver more medical education training and more healthcare professionals in every part of the country that needs them, North Wales, Mid and West Wales and South Wales too, or we could go through a rather formulaic of you are responsible, it's all your fault and I'm disappointed. I don't think that gets us very far. I'm happy to have a row if there's a need to have a row, but I don't think this is the area to do that. I actually think that the decision that we made yesterday was based on a proper evidence base about the right thing to do. I am concerned about our ability to recruit, retain and attract people to work within the health service in Wales. That's why the incentives, for example, on GP training in North West and North East Wales, we filled those areas that were hard to recruit to previously. So I do take seriously the whole model of care that we provide, but I don't share the tone or the content of the remarks you make. I'm committed to delivering a proper health service for communities right across Wales, including North Wales, and I resent the implication and accusation that I do not care about one part of Wales.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd. Cabinet, yr eitem nesaf yw'r cwestiynau amserol. Steffan Lewis.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the decline in safety in youth jails in light of the publication of Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons for England and Wales's annual report 2016-17?
Thank you for the question. Whilst the Welsh Government takes safety of young people in custody very seriously, responsibility lies with the Ministry of Justice and Youth Justice Board. I have previously visited Park Prison and will raise the issue the member raises with the UK Minister.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response, and I'm sure that he shares my horror at many of the findings found in this report. Indeed, Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons has concluded that not a single establishment inspected in Wales and England last year is safe to hold children and young people. Rates of self-harm have doubled since 2011. 46% of boys feel unsafe at their establishment. Assault rates were 18.9 per 100 children compared with 9.7 in 2011. There have been a decline in the conditions in which children are detained, and levels of violence are high, both assaults on staff and on other young people. We've gone beyond a crisis point, I think, and I acknowledge, as the Cabinet Secretary said, that this is not due to Welsh Government policy, but Welsh children are being put in danger and are being failed by the current regime. The Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children is responsible for children and young people's rights. Article 19 of the UN Conventions on the Rights of the Child says governments must do all they can to ensure that children are protected from all forms of violence, abuse, neglect and bad treatment by their parents or anyone else who looks after them. Article 37 reads, children must not suffer cruel or degrading treatment or punishment. When arrested, detained or imprisoned, children must be treated with respect and care. Given this crisis, Cabinet Secretary, will you agree that, as an immediate step, that you would demand access from the Ministry of Justice to the prisons estate for Welsh Government to inspect the plight of Welsh children for itself? And secondly, will you seek the swift devolution of youth justice to this country so that Welsh children are not further failed by the current broken penal system?
I think the member raises some really interesting and important points about the state of the nation, and particularly young people, and how we have to ensure that they are protected at all costs in terms of where they are within the sector. I can say that the Youth Justice Board relationship with Wales is very good. And there has been an inspection prior to the release of that report, and action has been taken, particularly on the secure estate here in Wales. I can inform the member that the published outcomes of the inspection of 16-17 for Park Prison was under safety, respect, purposeful activity and resettlement were all reasonably good. Now, it may be arguably that should be better, but it certainly is in a better place to all of the other establishments that are secured across the country. My whole ethos and my department's ethos is actually when people end up in the secure estate, we've actually failed the system. We should be much further up front, making sure we have prevention in place to support young people. And that's why we're investing in the ACES hub here in Wales to protect individuals from stacked ACES. We're working with Public Health Wales across the departments to make sure we can help young people prevent entering into these systems. But I've taken the points that the member raises and will look carefully at the recommendations of the report. And if there's any more we can do, I will keep the member informed of this.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd. Cabinet, Yr cwestiwn nesaf, David Melding.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on current guidance for the management and removal of dangerous structures following yesterday's fatal building collapse in Splot?
Thank you. Local authorities may enforce action in relation to dangerous structures through the Building Act 1984. Section 77, dangerous building, is used where there is the potential for a dangerous structure. Section 78, dangerous building emergency measures, is used when immediate action is required to remove the danger.
Thank you for that answer. Can I express my sympathy, Presiding Officer, to the family of the man that was killed yesterday. I do think there's a need to take prompt action when buildings are identified at high risk. We have quite a large number of Victorian public buildings that are not in regular use, as this building was not, and at risk of deterioration. And I think particular care needs to be taken where buildings are further risk to local neighbourhoods or adjacent infrastructure. And I do hope that you will be able to use the planning system to emphasise the importance of these matters.
Well, as I said, this is a responsibility for the local authority, and planning would not cover dangerous structures. The legislation is the Building Act 1984, which is England and Wales legislation, so it isn't a it's England and Wales, so it's not our legislation. We are hoping to see a transfer of powers via the Wales Act from next April, and it's certainly something that we can look at. But I absolutely agree with you that prompt action should always be taken.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. This isn't a time for politics. A man has died, and our thoughts go out to his family and the community in Splot. I do think, though, that questions must be asked as to how it came to pass, and if any other buildings in Cardiff are in a dangerous state. On behalf of my group, I would just like to offer the family our condolences again, and offer any support that we may be able to give, and that goes for the Cardiff Council group as well.
Thank Neil McAvoy for those points, and we've certainly heard the leader of Cardiff City Council say that there are questions to be asked. My officials have been in contact with Cardiff City Council officials, and of course we will do anything that is required of us. But as I say, this needs to be looked at very carefully. Obviously, the Health and Safety Executive are involved, so I don't think it would be appropriate to say anything more.
Jenny Rathbone.
Obviously, as it is the matter of a possible criminal investigation, we need to be very careful what we say here. But my understanding is that the building had already been identified by Natural Resources Wales as being in an unsafe state, and that is why the owner had been directed to demolish it. But clearly the issues that arise here is the quality of the risk assessment that needed to be carried out to ensure that the building was demolished safely, and obviously that is one of the issues we need to await the inquiry from. But I don't think there's any reason to assume that just because a particular building has tragically collapsed, that therefore other buildings are about to collapse. One doesn't follow from the other.
I understand from press reports that a survey had been undertaken, I thought, by Network Rail in the area a couple of years ago. I think it's really important that local authorities have resilience within their planning and building regulations department, and I think that's a piece of work I can do with my colleague Mark Drakeford, the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Finance. But as I say, it is now with the Health and Safety Executive, so I don't think it's appropriate to make any further comments.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiadau 90 eiliad. Anne Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wel, mae dyma'r cynulliad wedi gorffen ac mae flwyddyn ysgol wedi gorffen hefyd. 60 mlynedd yn ôl, daeth Ryl yn gartrefu'r ysgol uwchradd Gymraeg gyntaf. Mae'r ysgol wedi bod yn llwyddiant ac wedi arwain at dwff mewn addysg Gymraeg trwy Cymru. Felly, llongyfarchiadau i Ysgol Glan Clwyd, ac dwi'n falch iawn i fod yn aelod cynulliad dros Dyffryn Clwyd, gartref geni addysg iaith Cymraeg. Diolch.
Hannah Blythen.
I'm proud to serve an area with a rich industrial heritage, whether that be steel, coal or manufacturing. This coming weekend, a major piece of that industrial heritage will be unveiled at the grand opening of a restored pit wheel and pony structure at the Point of Ayr colliery. The site was the last deep mine in North Wales, and whilst the memories live on for those who worked there, the monuments and structure of this pit has faded with its demolition. But now work to transform this key site is well underway. The Point of Ayr Then and Now team, led by passionate chair John Wiltshire, have worked tirelessly to see memories brought back to life with the restoration and return of parts of our industrial past, including an original pit head that now has pride of place on the edge of Ffonyngroew. The project was awarded over £40,000 from the Heritage Lottery Fund, which has provided the financial support to deliver this ambition. John shared the story of this project here at an event in March, and the following months saw the opening of the Point of Ayr Trail, the first stage of this exciting project. Celebrating our industrial heritage is an important part of understanding and recognising our past, and essential in shaping our future. On Sunday, I had the privilege of officially unveiling the restored pit wheel and pony structure, marking the start of a journey of discovery for many families, local people and, importantly, future generations as part of our history it's brought back home. This will be a special day for the community, the former Point of Ayr workers, their families and the committed team that have worked to make this happen. It will not only be a proud moment for me as Assembly member for Delyn, but for me personally as my tied uncle and many members of my family worked at the Point of Ayr.
Thank you. Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Dr. Llywydd. Last week, I was delighted to attend Vochrw Primary School's Red Kite Celebration Fair Trade Coffee Afternoon. The Red Kite project at the school is designed to develop the pupils to be ethically informed and to hold strong values about the environment and the nature that is around them. For the project, the school formed an eco-committee which came up with a range of ideas, including a pupil voice and ownership of the project, 3 school rules which were to be respectful, to be responsible and to be safe. And as part of this, pupils were encouraged to be even more respectful to wildlife both in and out of school, to develop their digital and real life skills and to promote Curriculum Cymraeg with the story of the red kite in Wales. The project gave pupils a realisation that nature is all around us if only we open our eyes. As they said, it is really special and we need to be responsible in looking after it now and for future generations. Arising from their activity, the project has not only raised awareness of the red kite, but has also raised money, enabling the school to make a donation to the Gwent Ornithological Society, who used the money to replace nest boxes in the Goitra House wood. The pupils embarked on an intensive social media campaign to share their experiences of the project and provide information on the red kite, which is regularly seen in the area around Vochrw and in the wider Rumney Valley. The project received its well-earned recognition when it recently won the 2017 Young People's Trust for Environment's Better Energy Schools Award for the Wales and West region. Can I ask Assembly members to join me in congratulating Vochrw Primary School on its award and applauding their fantastic work on the Red Kite project and in raising awareness of the environmental issues amongst young people whilst at the same time developing their digital skills. Diolch.
Thank you. Elaine Jones.
40 mlynedd i'r wythnos yma, yn 1977, fe adewis i Ysgol Gynradd Llanonnen yn 10 oed i fynd i'r Ysgol Uwchradd yn Llambed. 49 mlynedd i'r wythnos yma, fe adewodd fy nghyd aelod, 2 oed Ysgol Llanonnen hefyd i fynd i'r Ysgol Uwchradd. Yr wythnos yma, mi fydd pob plentyn yn gadael Ysgol Llanonnen a'r ysgol yn cael ei drysau am byth. Mi fydd ysgolion Cwrtnewydd a Llanwennog yn cael ei drysau hefyd, ac ym mis Medi bydd yr holl ddisgyblion yn cyd-gychwyn eu haddysg yn Ysgol Dyffryn Cledlyn, Ysgol Ardal Newydd Sbon. Mae dros 400 mlynedd o addysg wedi ei ddarparu rhwng y 2 ysgol yma, Llanonnen, Llanwennog a Chwrtnewydd, i genedlaethau o blant. Fe fuodd fy mam gi a fy nhad ymlaen i yn Ysgol Llanonnen. Ond nid amser i ddeigoloni yw hyn, ond yn hytrach amser i edrych ymlaen yn eiddgar am ganrif a mwy o addysg eto i blant yr ardal yn Ysgol Dyffryn Cledlyn. Bythefnos yn ôl, fe gerddes i mewn i Ysgol Llanonnen i sŵn y plant yn canu mi ganaf fel canar aderyn. Can yr oeddwn i yn gni chanu 40 mlynedd a mwy yn ôl yn yr ysgol. Felly mae pethau yn newid, odyn, ond mae rhai pethau yn parhau. Mae'r adeiladau a'r cyfleusterau yn newid, ond mae'r addysg, y canu, y chwarae a'r Gymraeg yn parhau. Diolch felly am y cychwyn bywyd gwych a roiodd ysgolion Llanonnen, Llanwennog a Chwrtnewydd i gymaint ohono ni hir a hapus oes i ysgol newydd Dyffryn Cledlyn.
Diolch. Now move on to item 5, which is a statement from the Chair of the Finance Committee on fiscal reform.
Diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Llywydd, ac wy'n falch o wneud y datganiad hwn heddi i fannu'r hyn y ddysgwyd gennym yn dilyn ymweliad diweddar a'r chyfeidyn i drafod profiad yr Alban o ddiwygio ariannol. Yn ystod ein ymweliad, buon ni'n cwrdd â chynrychiolwyr o bwyllgor cyllid a chyfansoddiadol Senedd o'r Alban, Comisiwn Cyllidol yr Alban a Chyllid yr Alban. Un o prif swyddogaethau y pwyllgor cyllid yw ystyried y gyllideb ddrafft a sut y bydd datganoli cyllidol i Gymru yn effeithio ar y ffordd y byddwn yn gwneud hyn. Bydd yr aelodau yn gwybod bod y reolau sefydlog diwyddedig newydd a'r protocol cysylltiedig wedi cael y cytuno eisoes ar gyfer y gyllideb eleni, sef y gyllideb gyntaf i fod yn fan o trefniadau ariannu newydd. Fodd bynnag, mae'r pwyllgor hefyd yn ystyried broses y gyllideb ddeddfwriaethol ar gyfer y dyfodol. Yn yr Alban, lle mae'r proses y gyllideb ddeddfwriaethol eisoes ar gwaill, sefydlwyd grŵp adolygu'r gyllideb i wythfuso proses y gyllideb yn yr Alban, gan edrych yn benodol ar gysylltu a'r cychoedd, craffu yn ystod y flwyddyn, fframwaith gyllidol, cyllidebau aml flwyddyn a chraffu yn sy'n seiliedig a ganlyniadau. Roedd aelodau'r grŵp adolygu'r gyllideb yn yr Alban yn cynnwys swyddogion o Senedd yr Alban a Llywodraeth yr Alban, ynghyd â'r arbenigwyr cyllid cyhoeddus allanol, gan gynnwys academyddion a rhanddeiliad blaen llaw sydd y phrofiad helaeth o drefniadau cyllidol a chyllidebol. Cyhoeddodd y grŵp eu hadroddiad yn diwedd mis Mehefin ac roedd yn cynnwys nifer o argymhellion a oedd yn oed o wella'r broses o graffu ariannol yn yr Alban. Mae'n gobeithio y bydd eu profiad yn Alban ar y droddiad hwn yn defnyddiol wrth i ni baratoi i weithredu yn trefniadau newydd ac wrth i ni symud ymlaen i ystyried proses newydd posib hefyd. Mae sefydlu grŵp hwn yn yr Alban yn dangos pa mor bwysig yw datblygu arbenigedd mewn trefniadau ariannol datganoledig a bydd yn hanfodol bod yr un lefel o gefnogaeth gan arbenigwyr yn cael ei roi i ddatblygu ein trefniadau craffu ni i sicrhau yn bod yn gadarn ac yn effeithiol. Mae datganoli cyllidol a newidiadau yn y cynulliad yn gyfnod cyffroes a heriol i Gymru, ac fel pwyllgor bydd y ddodeb mawr gennym yn y paratrodadau ar gyfer sefydlu awdurdod cyllid Cymru, gan fod yr Alban eisoes wedi sefydlu ei sefydliad cyfatebol sydd wedi bod ar waith ers 2015, teimlwn mae bod yn bwysig dysgu o'i profiad yno, mwyn sicrhau'r cael trosglwyddiad rwydd pan fydd awdurdod cyllid Cymru yn weithredol o fis Ebrill ymlaen y flwyddyn nesaf. Clawsym gan gyllid yr Alban pa mor bwysig yw ymgysylltu â rhanddeiliad wrth datblygu'r wefan a hyrwyddo ei fôl. Arweiniodd yr ymgysylltu helaeth a rhanddeiliad wrth ddylunio'r ryngwyneb ar gyfer y system dreth ar-lein at nifer fawr o gyflwyniadau digidol. Mae'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet wedi ymwymio eisoes i sicrhau bod y fwy'n gweithio hwn a rhanddeiliad yn rhan o'r broses, ond nid yw'n rhy hwyr i ddysgu o brofiad yr Alban chwaith i sicrhau bod unrhyw broblemau, waith pa mor fach, yn cael ei datrys cyn mis Ebrill nesaf. Buon ni hefyd yn cyfarfod y chynrychiolwyr o Gomisiwn Cyllidol yr Alban, sydd wedi bod yn gweithredu ar sail statudol ers mis Ebrill eleni. Mae cyfrifoldeb Comisiwn yn cynnwys llunio ragolygon annibynnol ar gyfer yr Alban, gan gynnwys ragolygon o revenue treth, gwariant y nawdd cymdeithasol a chynnych domestig gros ar y tir. Dysgwyd y bydd y Comisiwn a'r swyddog cyfrifoldeb cyllidol, yr OBR felly, yn darparu ragolygon cyllidol ar gyfer yr Alban, ond bydd y Comisiwn yn defnyddio data sy'n benodol i'r Alban yn hytrach na data y Deunas Unidau gyfunol a ddefnyddio'r gan y swyddfa cyfrifoldeb cyllidol yr OBR. A dylai hynny sicrhau bod modelau rhagweld y Comisiwn yn fwy cywir. Yn hytrach na sefydlu corff o'r fath yma, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wrth gwrs wedi penodi tîm o Brifysgol Bangor i graffu ar ei ragolygon eitau ar y gyllideb. Ymddengys mae un wers allweddol y ddaw'r Alban yw bod angen darparu data penodol ac amserol a lefel Cymru a tu hwnt i'r data a ddepewyr ar lefel y Deunas gyfunol gan y swyddfa cyfrifoldeb cyllidebol. Yn bersonol, wyf hefyd yn credu y bydd angen corff fel Comisiwn Cyllidol yr Alban anon yn y pen draw, fel y bydd datganoli trethu yn cael ei roi ar waith. Nodaf fod ysgrifennydd y Cabinet wedi cyhoeddi datganiad ysgrifenedig yn ddiweddar iawn yn dweud y bydd sefydlu Comisiwn o fath yn un o'r dewisiadau y mae'n ystyried. Bydd y pwyllgor cyllid yn edrych yn fanwl ar y mater hwn pan fydden nhw'n craffu ar y gyllideb ddrafft. Mae gwaith hwn a ddatganoli ariannol yn mynd yn gyfnod cyffroes i'r pwyllgor cyllid a gobeithio i cynulliad cyfan, a gobeithio y gallan dysgu o brofiad yr Alban i sicrhau bod yn trefniadau craffu mor gadarn ac y gallant fod. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Nick Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank the Chair of the Finance Committee for his statement today. As one of the 3 members of the committee who visited Edinburgh, the only one who unwisely took the train and ended up taking a lot longer than everyone else, I found it extremely useful when I got there, particularly the meetings with the Scottish Parliament's Finance and Constitutional Committee, the Scottish Fiscal Commission, and Revenue Scotland. I think it's worth stating as well that the Chair and myself, I think we were the only ones, also visited the Auditor General for Scotland, Caroline Gardner, who had an invaluable insight and oversight. Yeah, I've just reminded you of that. An oversight into the way the different organisations work together in the new fiscal landscape that is developing. As you said, Simon, Scotland demonstrates the importance of building expertise in devolved fiscal arrangements, and we can learn from both good practice and indeed mistakes that have been made north of the border. So, turning to my main question, what role do you see the Finance Committee as being able to play in aiding in this process over the rest of the Assembly term as fiscal devolution progresses? It strikes me that never in the history of the Assembly has the Finance Committee really been potentially in such a pivotal and influential role in terms of deepening devolution, and I think there's a chance for the committee to really come into its own during this process. In terms of the development of the Welsh Treasury and economic forecasting capacity, these are huge areas, and although David Ellis-Thomas would say that these are issues for the Welsh Government primarily to be concerned about, I think it's a huge task for any government to have to deal with. So I think there is an important role both for this Assembly and the Assembly committees, including our committee, to do what we can to influence, to provide guidance and to feed back to the Welsh Government on where we think that good practice can be built upon. The Chair mentioned Revenue Scotland and the importance of stakeholder engagement in framing the system to the benefit of the Welsh taxpayer. Our committee has a wealth of experience in stakeholder engagement, so again can play a valuable role in engagement and pressing for what I think we need, which is a bespoke Welsh tax raising framework that people in Wales can feel comfortable with and can be proud of. And we've spoken about this in committee, Chair, but we don't want an adequate WRA, we want a world-class Welsh Revenue Authority. We want something which really can pave the way. Not an easy goal, I know, but I think that's what we should be aspiring to. Personally, I would have preferred the organisation to have been Revenue Wales, a point that I made in the previous Assembly. I think I was outvoted by every other member in this chamber. But I think that certainly looking at the way that Revenue Scotland has developed, then Revenue Wales can certainly learn from that organisation north of the border. Just briefly, Deputy Presiding Officer, and turning to the Scottish Fiscal Commission, I tend to agree the evidence that we took seemed to suggest that it wasn't necessary for Wales, or wasn't best value for money for Wales to necessarily go down the route of having a Scottish Fiscal Commission. However, we do need to make sure that the Welsh Government does have access to the best possible and timely data. It's not always been the case in the past, but in the case of fiscal devolution, it's going to be really important that we get up to speed on that area as quickly as possible. And I know that the Chair of the Finance Committee will say that the committee wants to assist the Welsh Government and the Finance Cabinet Secretary as much as possible in this process.
Thank you. Simon Thomas.
Yes, I thank Nick Ramsey. Can I assure him that I took the train back to Aberystwyth, so I'm sure I suffered alongside him, and a very pleasant journey it was as well. I think the key point that he was making around the role that the Finance Committee can play, one of the reasons he'll be aware that I wanted to bring this statement to the Chamber was that we want, in the Finance Committee, we don't want this just to be a debate in the Finance Committee. There's something that involves all Assembly members, and for everyone to be aware that this is a pace of change that we haven't seen for some, well, we've never seen before because we haven't seen fiscal devolution before, but the pace of change around our scrutiny of the budget, around the budget process itself, will be enormous in this next 2 or 3 years. And I think everyone needs to get across that, and that's one of the reasons, I hope, for bringing the Finance Committee's own deliberations out into the open, into the whole chamber as well. So we do have that important role to play, and I think our most relevant role at the moment is to look and examine very carefully what the lessons are in places like Scotland, what the lesson is of a legislative approach to budgeting, and to try and apply those to Wales. But I would agree with the point that he makes around a bespoke arrangement in Wales. I'm not, and I would not advocate, I don't think he does either, just copying from Scotland or copying from other parts of the United Kingdom or indeed other devolved legislatures elsewhere. We do want an arrangement that is bespoke for Wales and suits not only our scrutiny arrangements, but also ability of the Welsh Government to propose budgets that are based on the most available and best data and the best information possible. And in that regard as well, I would sort of take up his point really around where we go further forward. What we have in place, I would agree with him, is robust enough for the current arrangements. But as we have future devolution, I think the example of the Fiscal Commission in Scotland is an interesting one to look at and examine. We don't need it today, but maybe in 2 or 3 years, particularly perhaps in the next Assembly when we have fuller exercise of the income tax powers, when perhaps we had an election where people have pitched in an election debate around raising or lowering income tax. Then we do need a very clear pair of independent eyes on proposals coming forward from whichever government, whichever party they are. So I thank the member for his company in Edinburgh as well, but just to say that we did learn a lot there, but we also learned that though we sometimes look elsewhere and think that they're doing much better than us, when you get down to some of the detail, I think we don't do quite so bad ourselves either.
Thank you. Stephen Lewis.
Diolch, Diolch Llywydd. Rwy'n croesawu'n fawr iawn datganiad gan cadeirydd y pwyllgor, ac fel mae'n dweud, mi'n meddwl bod yn bwysig iawn wrth ystyried y newidiadau sydd i ddod yn y blynyddoedd nesaf bod gwaith y pwyllgor cyllid ddim yn cael ei cyfyngu i'r pwyllgor hynna, ond yn rhan o trafodaeth cenedlaethol hyd yn oed tu fas i Senedd Cymru. Yn anffodus, cefais i ddim y cyfle ar anrhydydd i ymweld a'n ffrindiau ni i'r gogledd gyda'r pwyllgor, ond fel cyndynesydd yr Alban fi'n dilyn yn agos iawn datblygiadau yn y wlad honna, ac mae'n amlwg iawn wrth siarad gyda cyd-aelodau'r pwyllgor oedd wedi mynychu'r taith bod y taith wedi bod yn un gwerthchweil dros ben. Mae fy ngwestiynau heddiw yn canolbwyntio yn bennaf gyda cyllidebau cyfranogol, hynny yw participatory budgeting. Falle ardal dyw'r Alban ddim cweit wedi arwain y gad ar lefel rhyngwladol, ond fel rhan o'r cytundeb ar gyfer y cyllideb rhwng Plaid Cymru a Llywodraeth Cymru roedd yma, fe gytunod y Llywodraeth Comisiynu ymchwil ar gyllidebau cyfranogol drwy edrych ar fodelau gwahanol, a hefyd wy'n deall i gynnal cynllun peilot yn dilyn hynny. Yn anffodus fel pwyllgor, nid ni sydd yn gallu gwneud penderfyniadau ran y Llywodraeth, mae'n siŵr ddim yn anffodus i'r Llywodraeth, ynglyn â'r broses maen nhw'n defnyddio mwyn creu cyllideb, ond dim o'r argymell ffyrdd well o weithredu allwn i wneud, ond fi'n ddiolchgar iawn bod ysgrifennydd cabinet yn un sydd yn agored i syniadau newydd. Ond yn gwaith fel pwyllgor gallwn fabwysiadu'r egwyddor o gyllidebau cyfranogol mwyn helpu gyda proses neograffu cyllidebau'r Llywodraeth, a falle bydde hyn yn rhywbeth fydde cadeirydd y pwyllgor yn awyddus i edrych ar fel rhan o'n proses craffu ni o'r gyllideb rydym fel pwyllgor yn gallu eisoes yn gwahodd mudiadau ac yn y blaen i roi tystiolaeth, a mae cyfle hefyd i fudiadau, busnesau a dinasyddion unigol gyflwyno tystiolaeth ysgrifenedig, ond mae'n bosib i ni fod yn fwy rhagweithiol mwyn cynnwys dinasyddion yn y broses yn fwy yn fy marn i. Felly fe'n ngwestiwn i cadeirydd, sut allwn ni ehangu'r cyfle i dinasyddion unigol a cymunedau hefyd i gymryd ran yn y broses o lunio cyllideb mewn ffurf mwy rhagweithiol. Fel arfer da, allwn ni ddysgu o pwyllgorau eraill yn y cynulliad. Enghraifft, mae cynhaliodd y pwyllgor diwylliant y Gymraeg a chyfathrebu ar ôl y barn i benderfynu beth y ddylent ymchwilio iddo, gyda 2,700 o bobl yn cymryd ran a pleidleisio ar gyfer eu dewis gorau nhw o nifer y bynciau wahanol. A dwi'n meddwl mae hyn yn bwysig achos, wrth gwrs, gyda'r gwasgiad sydd gyda ni ar cyllideb y cynulliad oherwydd y ffordd mae Cymru'n cael ei ariannu ar hyn o bryd, mae yna cwestiynau mawr yn mynd i ddod i ni fel cenedl ynglyn â blaenoriaethu y bloc grant. Hyd yn oed gyda datganoli rhannol o'r rhai trethiant, mae'r bloc grant yna yn ganolog ac yn cyfyng iawn ar yr opsiynau. Mae falle model o participatory budget yn rhoi cyfle i ni gael trafodaeth go iawn gyda pobl Cymru ar y reality yna, achos falle bod nifer ohonyn nhw ddim yn ystyried hwnna ar ôl i'r arian cael ei rhoi i Lywodraeth Cymru o San Steffan. A hefyd ar y testyn, mae Llywodraeth yr Alban yn cyllido Prifysgol Glasgow Caledonian i arwain ar raglen weithryso dros gyfnod o 2 flynedd mwyn asesu effaith cyllidebau cyfranogol a gymunedau, gwasanaethau a ddemocratiaeth, gyda ffocws penol ar y berthynas rhwng cyllidebau cyfranogol a chydraddoldeb, a fuasai'r cadeirydd yn ystyried cynnal arolwg tebyg drwy'r pwyllgor cyllid, efallai yn edrych ar deddfwriaeth yng Nghymru sydd yn wneud â chydraddoldeb a llesiant cenedlaethau'r dyfodol efallai. A jyst i ategu ar hyn mae Nick Ramsey wedi dweud ynglyn â'r pwysigrwydd o cael data wrth i'r genedl yma eiddfedu fel democratiaeth, ac wrth i pwerau newydd ddod a pwerau ariannol newydd ddod, mae'n hanfodol bod gennym ni data economaidd mwyn ystyried yn go iawn y link rhwng polisi fiscal a polisi economaidd. Felly byddwn ni'n gwerthfawrogi barn y cadeirydd ar siwr allwn ni ehangu ar y data sydd ar gael ar hyn o bryd.
Simon Thomas.
Wel, diolch Steffan Lewis, a gadwch jyst ar y pwynt ola yna. Wy'n cytuno'n llwy bod angen data llawer mwy amserol, llawer mwy priodol i Gymru ac yn llawer mwy cadarn mwyn llunio rai o'r penderfyniadau. Dyn ni gofyn i Llywodraeth yn ei wneud a wedyn yn tro y cynulliad i cymrydwyo. Dwi'n gobeithio bydd y broses mae Llywodraeth eisoes wedi wneud y Comisiynu Prifysgol Bangor yn dechrau ar hynny. Fydd yn gwybod fel aelod o'r pwyllgor cyllid bod ni ar fin cychwyn edrych ar y gyllideb drafft yn hunan a byddwn ni'n gwachoddi mewn. Nifer o mudiadau a pobl sydd yn cymryd y trosolwg yma o cyllidebau, nid jyst yng Nghymru, ond yn fwy ryngwladol yn ogystal, a falle byddwn ni'n dysgu rai o arferion da o hynny. Beth sydd yn bwysig, dwi'n meddwl, yw bod ni yn barod ar gyfer y her sydd yn wynebu ni yn enwedig pan ddaw treth incwm, ac bod ni ddim yn pwysio ar y rhwyfa gan meddwl fe ddaw y wybodaeth pan mae'n barod. Mae'n rhaid ni fod o blaen y gad, mae'n rhaid ni mewn ffordd torri tir newydd ac tir anodd o byd y gilydd. Gai droi at y pwynt ehangach o ddinaid ynglyn â'r cyllidebau cyfranogol, ac mae'n iawn i atgoffa'r cynulliad am y cytundeb sydd yn rhan rhwng y cytundeb Plaid Lafur a Plaid Cymru ynglyn â edrych i mewn i hwnna. Nid fyfan i yn sicr i'w ateb dros yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet y Prynawn yma, ond dwi'n gwybod fod yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn edrych ar y mater yma ac yn chwilio am cyfleoedd i dysgu gwersi a dechrau arbrofi yn y maes. Ac mae'n siŵr, wy'n gobeithio'n fawr a byddwn ni clywed yn y man sut mae hynny'n digwydd. Ond mae'n bwysig i ddweud bod y pwyllgor cyllid ei hunan yn rhan o'r broses yma. Wrth gwrs, dyn ni ddim eisiau cymalu beth mae Llywodraeth yn ei wneud a beth mae pwyllgor cyllid yn ei wneud, yn rôl ni fel yn craffu ar Llywodraeth a rôl y Llywodraeth yn cynnig cyllid. Fe fi ni yn Biwmaris wythnos diwethaf yn cynnal sesiwn gyda cyhoedd yn fyna. Dyn ni wedi hefyd, wy'n cofio, sesiwn llwyddiannus iawn yn ysgol Basaleg, Ger Casnewydd, lle oedden ni'n wneud sesiwn ymarfer cyllidebau cyfranogol gyda'r cymorth y swyddogion addysg yn fan hyn, ac yn diddorol iawn ar ôl doswannu'r holl arian monopoli oedd yn y dosbarth, fe yn fas iawn oedd y gyllideb yn edrych yn hynod debyg i gyllideb sydd gyda chi nawr gan Llywodraeth Cymru. Hynny yw, mae pobl yn blaenoriaethu iechyd, a wedyn maen nhw'n blaenoriaethu addysg, a wedyn maen nhw'n rannu ymysg y pethau eraill. Oedd yn arfer diddorol iawn, a byddwn ni yn arbennig yn licio i'r pwyllgor wneud mwy o hynny gyda pobl ifanc, yn enwedig gyda y cynnig wrth gwrs bod pobl ifanc yn dechrau pleidleisio 16 i'r cynulliad yma. Mae'n y fôl a gallwn ni wneud yn fan'na. Mae'n siŵr bydd y pwyllgor cyllid yn falch o dwrnod allan o'r cynulliad o byd i gilydd i fod yn rhan o'r proses yna. Mae Nick Ramsey hefyd yn hapus i wneud hynny. Doeddwn ni ddim yn ymwybodol am y gwaith oedd yn cyfeirio ato yn Prifysgol Glasgow Metropolitan, Glasgow Caledonian. Dwi ddim yn ymwybodol am hwnna, felly diolch am hynny, a fyddwn ni'n gwneud yn siŵr bod ni'n tynnu sylw at tîm gyda pwyllgor cyllid hefyd, bod ni'n edrych ar hynny fel rhywbeth sydd yn gallu cyfoddogi yn gwaith ni yn y maes yma.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's very difficult being forced to speak, and the third person who went on visit and try and say different things. I will endeavour to do so, and if I don't, I'm sure you'll tell me. Firstly, can I thank Simon Thomas's statement on the Finance Committee's visit to Edinburgh? I think the one thing we can have to start getting to grips with now, the finance is not something which is only dealt by the Finance Minister and the Finance Committee, and a quick political argument once a year in the Chamber, where I can tell you what's going to happen in the future, by each party is going to do. We're going to have a much more grown-up approach to it, and we're going to have to come to terms with raising money as well as spending it. And I think that that's going to have a change of mindset for members across the Chamber, and I include my own party as well as the others in here. I mean, I'd like to make two quick comments. Asymmetric devolution, with Wales continually playing catch-up to Scotland, is not acceptable. The second point is, Finance Committee in this Assembly is more thorough in its budget scrutiny than its equivalent in Scotland. And we spend a lot of time being told how wonderful Scotland is in a whole range of areas, but I'm sure that the Chair of the Finance Committee would agree with me that our scrutiny is more robust here than that takes place in Scotland. I have two questions. Should the Budget Review Committee report to the Assembly or Government or both? And the final point is, and it's really carrying on from something that's been raised by both Nick Ramsey and Stephen Lewis, the importance of accurate and timely data. And does the Chair agree with me that it's really important that we do ensure that we get accurate and timely data? And as we get more resources allocated to us to be got from our own taxation system, it's going to be even more and more important to realise exactly how much money is coming in. Otherwise, we're going to be spending money without actually knowing we've got it come in. So this timeliness and accuracy, however it's done, and I'm not somebody who said it has to be done by a university, it has to be done by a group that's been set up, but this accuracy and timeliness, however it's got, is incredibly important. And does the Chair agree with me that that is probably the most important thing if we're going to start dealing with raising money, that we're going to need accuracy and timeliness in order to ensure that what we do, we get right?
Simon?
Thank Mike Hedges, and just to completely agree with his final point there, robust data is essential for the government's own forward planning and its own tax plans, and it's essential for us as an Assembly then in holding the government to account and scrutinising those. I share, I think, his implicit concern that we don't have that data at a Wales level enough, and certainly not timely enough. It lags behind enormously. So at the current situation, we'll be trying to scrutinise Welsh Government plans around the economy, around investment, on data that dates back 18 months or even further, and that is not good enough. And there is a lesson from Scotland there about working to get more data that's up to date and is Scottish specific. We also know from the examination of the two tax bills that we've taken through as a Finance Committee that as you look at the data and as you get more Welsh data, the picture changes. It changes enormously. It changed for landfill tax. It changed enormously for stamp duty. And so that is a lesson for us all. It changed for the board as well, but Mike Hedges will recall that. Though I have to say, Deputy Presiding Officer, though we've had a conversation between members of the Finance Committee in the Chamber here, I still want to agree with Mike Hedges' basic point, which is this isn't just for the Finance Committee now. This is 60 members raising income tax for Wales. And the way we go about that at the end of the day is going to be essential for everyone. So I'll if you like, make no apologies, I'll come back again with further statements, I'm sure, with the permission of the Chair and the Business Committee, just for everyone to have the opportunity to know what we're doing in the Finance Committee and how that is actually moving on apace, really, with not only the scrutiny, but the way we build a parliamentary approach to bill, to financial legislation, whatever that might be, budget bill, finance bill, whatever we end up with. And just to say on that point that I would see that as a piece of joint work. I want the Welsh Government to be part of that. I want the Finance Committee to be part of that. Our job here is surely to build the parliamentary process, and that's not a question of the government proposes, we criticise and we come up with an alternative, and then they criticise us and so forth. That's a joint piece of work, I would hope. And certainly as Chair of Finance, I'd want to take it forward with that spirit, and I sense the committee wants to do so as well. And we have to work with asymmetric devolution, though my criticism of it would be the same as Mike Hedges, and to say, finally, that I was more subtle than Mike Hedges when I said that not everything in Scotland is better than we do it here, but the fact is that the Finance Committee in Scotland didn't scrutinise their draft budget. It was done in a much more political way, if you like, between party deals and party agreements. We have party deals and party agreements here, but it does not stop the Finance Committee scrutinising the draft budget thoroughly. And this year we'll be doing it even more thoroughly than ever before. And there'll be an opportunity for all committees to do that as well. And I hope they'll join with us and that this will be a learning process for us all.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. And perhaps there might be more members who will go on your next trip, and then we can all have your, we can hear of your what happened when you were on your trips, and more of you perhaps go, and then we'll have more time to debate what's gone on elsewhere. Item 6 then on our agenda is a debate on the report by the Public Accounts Committee on the Natural Resources Wales, scrutiny of the annual report and accounts for 2015-16, and I call on the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Nick Ramsey, to move the motion.
Diolch, prif. Llywydd. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Public Accounts Committee inquiry arising from Natural Resources Wales Annual Report and Accounts 2015-16. As members will be aware, the Public Accounts Committee has a crucial role on ensuring the efficient expenditure of public money. As part of this role, we routinely scrutinise the annual reports and accounts of publicly funded organisations, as well as considering issues of value for money and organisations' governance and audit arrangements. We had been due to consider Natural Resources Wales annual report and accounts for 2015-16 in autumn 2016. However, our consideration was delayed until the Auditor-General for Wales was in a position to qualify the regularity opinion of the accounts, which occurred in March 2017. The Auditor-General qualified his regularity opinion on Natural Resources Wales financial statements in respect of its award of timber sales contracts to a sawmill operator in May 2014. Qualification of this nature is an unusual and rare occurrence, and a matter we believe should be brought to the attention of this Assembly. We found the Auditor-General's findings to be most concerning in that he deemed NRW's transactions relating to a timber sales contract to be irregular and, in his view, contentious and repercussive. Of further concern to us was that the Auditor-General found there to be uncertainty on whether NRW had complied with principles of public law and state aid rules. To assist us with our inquiry, we took evidence from NRW on 2 occasions and from the timber industry sector represented by the UK Forest Products Association. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our witnesses for assisting us with our work. Having carefully considered the evidence, we found there to be a number of issues regarding NRW's handling of the awarding of its timber sales contracts. Firstly, we found there to be a lack of board and executive team scrutiny of major decisions. We were very surprised to hear that the decision to enter into contracts with the sawmill operator was delegated to just one officer at NRW. We were left unconvinced by NRW's assertions that the decision had not been taken in isolation and had been supported by a full business case, particularly given that in later evidence to us, NRW themselves highlighted that the business case could be better described as an options paper, lacking in essential data and analysis to ensure informed decision-making. We found it to be extraordinary that a substantial contract worth £39 million would be awarded in this way. These facts alone demonstrated to us that NRW's governance arrangements were weak and that the decision-making processes were far from robust. Our evidence also found there to be serious failings in terms of NRW ensuring that a major contract was subject to competition, or alternatively, being able to demonstrate through market testing that there was only a single possible supplier. Although NRW told us that there was only one sawmill operator able to meet their operational requirements at the time, we heard no evidence to support this case, and in the absence of a tendering exercise, there is no absolute certainty that there was only one operator able to meet NRW's requirements. Of further concern to us was that one of the key reasons NRW entered into the contract with the sawmill operator was to create additional capacity in the timber industry by building a new saw line. However, we heard from NRW that sufficient capacity was later achieved without the construction of a new saw line, which raised questions for us about the decision to award the contract to the operator in the first place. We later heard that the sawmill operator had indeed breached its contractual obligations in respect of building an additional sawmill. We were extremely disappointed that a firm that was awarded with a £39 million contract, for which no other company was able to bid for, had failed to fulfil such a pivotal element of that contract. Our evidence led us to conclude that a serious error of misjudgment was applied in awarding the contract to an individual sawmill operator without a full and open retendering exercise or robust market testing. We heard that the Auditor-General had concluded that transactions relating to the timber sales contracts were contentious and repercussive, and that under the provisions of NRW's framework document and the provisions of the Welsh Government publication Managing Welsh Public Money, which constitutes ministerial directions, NRW was required to refer contentious and repercussive proposals to the Welsh Government. NRW did not refer these contracts to the Welsh Government and therefore acted outside the framework of authority to which it is subject. The Auditor-General also considered that there was significant uncertainty as to whether NRW complied with the principles of public law within the decision-making process for the contract awards and whether the award of the contracts complied with state aid rules. In view of this uncertainty, the Auditor-General was unable to positively affirm that the transactions which the sawmill operator conformed to the framework of authority which governs NRW. In evidence to the Public Accounts Committee, NRW informed us that it did not believe that advice on state aid was necessary at the time and that they had no awareness of state aid issues and neither sought advice on it. We were further concerned to discover that NRW's awareness of state aid issues was only initiated as a result of the Auditor-General's findings. Now, given that state aid is, or at least should be, a clearly understood risk for those responsible for the expenditure of public money, we found it unacceptable that NRW did not feel it necessary to seek legal advice on this matter. In light of this, we recommended that NRW review its delegation arrangements alongside its awareness raising of state aid law, public law and the processes for awarding contracts. We also recommended that the findings of this evaluation are shared with the Public Accounts Committee to enable us to monitor implementation and progress against identified changes. As a committee, we believe that NRW could and should have ensured that there were good governance arrangements in place for its contracting process, and in failing to establish such arrangements, were unable to demonstrate how it acted lawfully or whether the contracts represented value for money. As such, we recommended that Natural Resources Wales undertake a full evaluation of its governance arrangements relating to contracting processes, clearly setting out lessons learned with specific reference to the timber sales contracts in question. We note that NRW's accounts 2016-17 were laid yesterday at the Assembly, and the Auditor-General has qualified his regularity opinion on these accounts for the same reason as the qualification of the regularity opinion on the 2015-16 accounts, the award of a series of timber sales contracts. The opinion on the financial statements is unqualified. The Auditor-General's report of the accounts, which is included in the audit certificate of the accounts, notes that since the date of his 2015-16 report, Natural Resources Wales have put in place an action plan to address the issues identified in his report, progress against which will be overseen by Natural Resources Wales Audit and Risk Assurance Committee on behalf of its board. We're pleased with the actions taken by NRW since publication of the Auditor-General's report, and that NRW have fully accepted all three recommendations made in our report. We also welcome that NRW have provided us with a copy of an action plan showing how they intend to take forward each of our recommendations, including timelines. We note that these actions are due to be completed by the end of October 2017, and we look forward to NRW providing us with an update on progress in November 2017. Central to all our work is driving forward improvement in the efficient delivery of public services and ensuring value for money with regard to the expenditure of public funds. We hope that NRW will work to secure the necessary improvements to ensure its good governance going forward, and that the issues arising from its handling of these timber sales contracts are never repeated. We trust that the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs will work with the new Chief Executive of Natural Resources Wales once they are appointed to ensure that this is the case.
Neil McAvoy.
I'd like to thank the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, members of the committee as well, for the diligence this year, but also the Auditor General for shining a democratic light in some pretty dark corners. The Assembly year has ended as it began, with damning reports from the Auditor General into Labour Wales. In this instance, we're here to talk about the actions of Natural Resources Wales. Now, it really comes to something where a timber contract is contentious. A £39 million contract given out without the company even tendering for it. As the Chair said, state aid rules may also have been broken, so now NRW may be open to legal challenge, and the accounts have not been given a clean bill of health. £39 million without competition. It's good work if you can get it. And no proof of value for money either. No proof of value for money. No business case. No business case. £39 million and no business case. The Chief Executive of Natural Resources Wales told the Public Accounts Committee in the first meeting that a full business case had been provided. And then, in the following meeting, the same Chief Executive conceded that there was no business case in fact, but there was a briefing paper with not a single financial figure in it. That's worth repeating. A £39 million contract given out with no business case and a briefing with not a single figure in it. And then suddenly we hear that the Chief Executive of NRW is riding off into the sunset and taking early retirement without questions being answered. It feels like I'm in this chamber every week almost, pointing out a new waste of money. Just a few months ago, the Chair and Deputy Chair of Sport Wales were sacked after the Deloitte investigation showed certain companies were given specifications for tender before other companies, and those privileged companies were then given the contracts. We've had the issue this week as well of the Health Board. Very, very similar things there.
In an interesting debate, the chair of the committee said that he found this quite extraordinary, what had happened at NRW. Is the member saying that, conversely, in his view, he thinks this is fairly normal behaviour across the public sector in Wales?
Well, it's extraordinary, but what is even more extraordinary is that it goes on all the time. The next thing I'm going to want to talk about is the Lisvein land deal. This is a similar culture that there is in this building and with this government, and I'm not alone in suspecting that criminal action may have taken place. And I want the South Wales Police to reopen the investigation into the Lisvein land deal, as do some police officers in private, none of whom are my acquaintances. I've given way once. No, not again. The First Minister won't comment on the Lisvein land deal because of some legal proceedings which are ongoing, but he did say that it was an episode that did not reflect well on those who were a part of it. Now, I hear colleagues in the chamber saying this isn't about NRW. What we're talking about here is the culture of this government and the culture of the Wales we live in. We're living in a one-party state, one facet of which is, in my opinion, incompetence or corruption. Now, what is destroying?
You may not have been in the chamber when I made my deliberation earlier on, but I am guiding members to think carefully about throwing about allegations in this chamber and to think carefully of the words that you use. So if you weren't in the chamber earlier, I ask you to read the nature of my statement earlier and to carry on in language that is appropriate to this chamber.
I think it's very appropriate, Presiding Officer, because I'll repeat it, in the opinion of many, this Labour administration is either incompetent or it's corrupt, one or the other, and it
turned off and you are out of time. David Melding.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the Public Accounts Committee's report into the accounts of Natural Resources Wales, and specifically in respect of the timber sales contract. Given the scale of the expenditure of public money in this particular scheme, it is no surprise that a detailed scrutiny has followed and a very apt and focused report has been published. As we've just heard, the sum of money involved is very, very considerable at 39 million. I think it does lead us to ask questions, but I think they're more policy-focused than anything else, and that will be the tenor of my remarks this afternoon, Presiding Officer. Only a year after NRW was set up, several bodies criticised NRW's management of the forestry estate in submissions to various Assembly committees and their proceedings in the 4th Assembly, Presiding Officer. For example, in a submission that Wales Forest Business Partnership made, they complained there's a complete lack of transparency in NRW in this area, and that the private sector had to rely on, and I quote, hearsay and the published accounts. It was not an open channel of communication. And I mention these because it's quite clear that similar examples have been identified by the public or in the Public Accounts Committee's report. So I do think this is an issue for the scrutiny of the Welsh Government and the role they have played in the general policy setting and the organisational decisions they have made. Originally, when the Board of NRW was appointed by the Environment Minister, it did not include any representatives from the forestry sector. And the Forestry Commission Wales chairman, John Owen Jones, a respected former Labour MP, raised concerns that the forestry industry's voice would not be adequately heard in the new organisation. Again, this similar issue has been highlighted by the Public Accounts Committee's report. When they quote, well, I quote directly from their report, the Auditor General added his serious concerns about the very significant loss of forestry expertise within NRW, which was extremely worrying, end quote. So I do think we have to ask the Welsh Government, Presiding Officer, whether the organisational merger is on track and is to achieve its intended purpose. Back in 2011, when the details of the planned merger of Countryside Council for Wales, the Environment Agency and the Forestry Commission Wales was first announced, the Environment Minister said that the move would ensure more sustainable and effective management of our natural resources. Now, I grant you, 3-1 was never going to be easy, a very, very challenging situation for the management team at NRW. But as we've heard, I mean, that team itself has undergone a shock, and there will now be a change in its leadership. So I do think the Welsh Government has to take more responsibility in this area. I know it's arm's length, but at the moment it's arm's length organisation that seems unclear of its direction of travel. Yeah.
I just wondered, listening to the member explain the problems that have arisen with this merger of the organisations, how much he felt that some of this actually stems from the fact that we didn't have an act that was scrutinised here in this place. It was done by a ministerial order, in effect, through using regulation powers of Westminster. And really, this Assembly has never had a really good look at the governance of Natural Resources Wales.
Well, can I say, Presiding Officer, and I know you're the guardian of our procedures, and the greatest procedure is to take a bill through, because it helps the government sort out some of its thinking. and a wiser government does it, pays heed to the discussions and indeed some of the amendments that come from other parties. A lack of that process, I do think, has had a big impact on this unfortunate situation. Can I conclude just with this issue? Presiding Officer, I think we need to see robust contingency planning in public bodies and arm's-length organisations, and that seems to have failed in this case. NRW simply cannot continue to operate in a manner as it has done or appears to have done in this particular case. I do acknowledge the success of NRW in controlling the tree disease in question, but I don't believe such times of crisis justify irregular procedures. You have to have planning and protocols in place. Sadly, diseases and adverse natural events do occur, and it was for natural resources ways to have been aware of that, and it does seem to have failed in this case. Thank you.
Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you, David Melding, for your historic perspective, which is very useful. I think that the specifics of this contract and the failure of NRW to see that there was anything wrong in the way in which they proceeded has been very well covered by the Public Accounts Committee report. I just wanted to add my voice to why the failure of NRW to understand the way in which they were proceeding was inappropriate, has some bearing on the wider issues of the importance of forestry and timber industry in Wales. Because during the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee report inquiry on forestry, we went out and met, obviously, many members of the industry. And I certainly remember going to the Crumlin sawmill and being told that they were extremely upset that the contract for the larch had not been put out to public tender, and indeed were extremely surprised that it had not been put out to re-tender after the Auditor General had raised his original concerns. So I think, if you like, the crime was committed twice, in that not only was the original contract not put out to tender, but then when the error was pointed out to them, they then, dug a bigger hole. And I think it's very concerning because NRW plays a very strategic role in controlling the price of wood in Wales, and understood that role because they used to release wood onto the market to stabilise it. So I find it inexplicable that, for example, the contract that they said they put out, they offered to tender between May 2012 and May 2013 wasn't taken up. It's very difficult for a layperson to understand how it was that the industry didn't take it up at the time, because they're today saying they're very upset that they weren't given the opportunity to bid for it. I suppose the second point that is difficult for me to understand is why it was not possible to deal with the diseased larch on a more moderated basis rather than push the whole lot onto the market, which obviously was going to suppress the price of the wood. That's completely obvious. I don't understand why, if you fell the wood, is it not possible to leave it in order and then clear it as required? Because there's a huge market for larch. It's used for cladding, it's used for flooring, and it's used to substitute for oak. And given that we're the third largest importer of wood in the world, there has to be a market for domestic wood. I just don't understand. It simply doesn't add up that there was such a rush on... Yes.
Yes, you're totally right on that. The way that the larch was marketed was a big problem. It should have been marketed in smaller, manageable lumps of larch, which could have been more easily absorbed by the market. So there were serious failings in that regard.
So I just simply wanted to add my concern to the way in which this contract has been handled and the delay in NRW putting its house in order, if you like, because the initial evidence-giving sessions with the Chief Executive NRW is of somebody who's in denial that there was a problem. You know, so I'm glad to see the action plan that has now been produced as a response to the latest PAC report does put in place the action required, but I think it does ask some questions for the Welsh Government as to whether NRW any longer has the capacity to play the strategic role in the wood industry in this country that we desperately need, both as a form of import substitution and as a way of ensuring that the raw material exists for us to substitute other more carbon damaging products with wood. So I hope that the Cabinet Secretary will give some reassurance on that point, because I think that is quite apart from the actual specifics of the contract. I think the strategic issues are also very important.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ac bod y ddadl heddiw yn ymwneud â materion o fan dyfannu contract gan gyfoeth naturiol Cymru, mae'r pwllgor cyllid am gyflawni un peth yn gwynor iawn i ddadl, achos oedd na oedi cyn i'r archwilydd cyffredinol Cymru osod cyfrifon blynyddol sefydliad cyfoeth naturiol Cymru, a mae hwnna'n mater o byder i'r pwllgor cyllid. A cefndir yw bod yn ofynnol i'r archwilydd cyffredinol gyflwyno adroddiad ar y cyfrifon o fewn 4 mis i'r dyddiad y gosododd cyfoeth naturiol Cymru y cyfrifon hynny. Ond yn yr achos hwn, nid oedd yn bosib, oherwydd bod yr archwilydd cyffredinol am chwilio i'r materion sy'n gysylltiedig ar dyfannu'r contract. Dyna beth yw pwrpas y droddiad pwllgor cyfrifon cyhoeddus. Ar y chlysur hwn, ni lwyddoedd yr archwilydd cyffredinol i fodloni i derfyn amser statudol o fan gosod i adroddiad ar y cyfrifon. Mae sefyllfa hon wedi ymlygu diffyg darpariaeth i'r archwilydd cyffredinol Cymru ofyn am ystyniad i'r amserlen statudol o 4 mis, pe digwydd bod unrhyw broblem godi wrth ychwilio cyfrifon. Nid yw sefyllfa hon yn unigryw i cyfoeth naturiol Cymru. Yn wir, yn y blynyddoedd diwethaf, mae Cynulliad wedi pasio nifer o ddannau deddfwriaeth sy'n sefydlu cyrff megis awdurdod cyllid Cymru, gofal cymdeithasol Cymru, cymwystera Cymru, i gyd yn cynnwys yr amserlen statudol hon o 4 mis, heb unrhyw ddarpariaeth ar gyfer ystyniad. Credwn fel pwllgor cyllid fod hwn yn ymwythysedd amlwg mewn deddfwriaeth Gymraeg. Rwyf wedi ysgwennu felly at gadeirydd y pwllgor materion cyfansoddiadol y deddfwriaethol ac at y prif weinidog ynglŷn â sefydlu cyrff yn gyffredinol gan Llywodraeth Cymru. Mae'n arbennig o bwysig pan fydd cyrff yn cael ei creu drwy orchymyn sefydlu fel cyfoeth naturiol Cymru yn hytrach na deddfwriaeth sylfaenol a statudol. Wy'n falch bod y prif weinidog wedi cadarnhau bod swyddogion Llywodraeth Cymru wedi dechrau trafod y goblygiadau technegol a deddfwriaethol a swyddfa ychwilio Cymru, ac y byddant yn gweithio gyda'i gilydd mwyn penderfynu ar y ffordd ymlaen. Rydym yn edrych ymlaen at gael ragor o wybodaeth gan y prif weinidog am y camau sy'n cael eu cymryd o ôl i'w swyddogion a swyddfa ychwilio Cymru gwblhau y gwaith hwn.
Galwaf ar y gweinidog i ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thank you for the opportunity to respond on behalf of the Welsh Government on the Public Accounts Committee report on Natural Resources Wales, Scrutiny of Annual Accounts 2015-16. Whilst delivering value for public money, it is the role of Welsh ministers to ensure its public bodies in Wales maintain the appropriate standards. We need to be robust in our scrutiny, and indeed the PAC in undertaking this scrutiny of Natural Resources Wales accounts has highlighted the importance of robust governance for public bodies and how proper process must be followed. The reason for the WAO qualification of the 2015-16 accounts was, as we've heard, the award of a timber contract to a sawmill operator in May 2014. I am pleased NRW have conceded, with hindsight, they would have handled things differently. The recommendations within the PAC report are primarily a matter for the Accounting Officer and Board of NRW. NRW have assured me they have already put in place an action plan to address the issues raised by the Auditor-General for Wales. The Welsh Government's role will be to support NRW in the work they need to undertake to ensure robust procedures are in place for the future. Prior to the PAC scrutiny, the First Minister had already commissioned Welsh Government officials to review the governance arrangements for arm's-length bodies in Wales. Much work has already been undertaken, and I've been interviewed by the official leading the review. As an arm's-length body, NRW is governed by a robust framework agreement which reflects the principles set out in managing Welsh public money. During their PAC appearance, NRW requested a more precise definition for the terms novel, contentious and repercussive in their current governance framework. This request was made specifically to address the WAO recommendation that the contract was novel, contentious and repercussive, and hence they should have submitted their proposals to their sponsoring department in line with the current governance framework. I understand as part of the current arm's-length bodies review, consideration will be given to providing greater clarity around these issues. David Melding asked, was the purpose of NRW on track? And I think it's worth reflecting that since the creation of NRW, they've had to deal with many unique issues. And that includes the outbreak of P. Ramorum across the Welsh Forestry Estate, the worst storms in living memory over the 2013-14 winter period, the implementation of the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act and the Environment Act, which have impacted on their purpose and day-to-day activities, and see the organisation take on additional statutory responsibilities. Yes?
I note your comments that NRW said they required further guidance in what was meant by novel and repercussive. I found this argument entirely unconvincing in the committee, and it seemed clear to the committee that what they were proposing was so obviously falling outside of the accepted understanding that it was hard to understand that was a serious argument. And it spoke to a broader arrogance of the leadership team that not only did they legally challenge the Auditor General's advice before it came to committee, but gave a performance utterly lacking in humility. Does the governance review the Minister talks about, does that include the efficacy of the current board of NRW to hold the management team to account?
Well, as I say, the First Minister had instigated this review prior to PAC scrutiny, and I mentioned that I'd been interviewed by the official responsible for the review. And obviously, NRW is a very large organisation and such a body within my portfolio. So obviously, I have had discussions around the issues that you've raised in the Chamber. Despite the issues that I've just mentioned around NRW's, what they've had to deal with over the past few years, I think they have absolutely sustained their level of service. And also, since it was formed, they've been subject to 3 formal reviews, all of which were published last year. 2 of these reviews were undertaken by the WAO. There was a probationary report which was undertaken on behalf of Welsh Ministers examining the first 2 years of NRW. It found that NRW had adopted a sound approach, establishing key systems and controls to enable its smooth creation. We had a probation report into value for money, and that report concluded there had been sound and well-structured approach to establishing NRW, and thus had given NRW a solid platform for continuing to realise the intended benefits of its creation and for tackling the future challenges it will face. A 3rd review was undertaken by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategies Better Regulation Delivery Office, that's now Regulatory Delivery, and that a regulatory competence review which recommended the use of civil sanctions in a way that is compliant with the principles of good regulation. Taking into account the context of a newly formed organisation going through a very radical transformation and having to manage some unique issues during its first few years, I do not believe the PAC scrutiny has revealed any wider systematic failing by NRW. However, the awarding of the timber contract is an issue which must be addressed, and it is being addressed, and it's something that I have reiterated in my discussions with the Chief Executive and Chair. NRW's success to date can be measured in its delivery of their statutory duties and Welsh Ministers' aspirations in their annual remit letters. In my view, this shows how committed its workforce is to achieving the best outcomes for Wales. And whilst the PAC report, of course, highlighted some weaknesses, I do want to take this opportunity to thank the NRW staff for their commitment during a period of change, which of course is still underway. So on behalf of Welsh Ministers and the Welsh Government, I would like to thank PAC for their report.
Galwaf ar Nick Ramsey, ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I thank all the members and the Cabinet Secretary for contributing to today's important debate. As I said at the start of this afternoon's debate, the Public Accounts Committee has a crucial role in ensuring the efficient expenditure of public money in Wales, so it was very important that the committee had an opportunity to bring this issue to the Assembly, and I've appreciated that today. It is not every day that a major public body, such as NRW, has its accounts qualified in this way and for the reasons that have been set out today. If I can just turn briefly to some of the contributions. Firstly, Neil McAvoy, you referred to the lack of a proper business case. Initially, NRW told us that there was a business case. When we questioned the veracity of the business case, we were then told that it was not a business case, it was an options paper or some similar language. We found that absolutely extraordinary, as Neil McAvoy said, that a £39 million contract was awarded without a proper business case and without any financial background. I think when we asked for further financial data to support the decision, that wasn't forthcoming, so there was clearly a major flaw there. David Melding took the wider view and questioned the whole merger process which ended up in the creation of NRW during the last Assembly and the merge of the previous three separate bodies into that. And you questioned whether that process had actually worked and whether this problem that we're discussing today actually highlighted a major flaw in the way that that process had happened, and whether when you merge together separate bodies in this way, it will almost inevitably lead to wider problems. That's probably a debate for another day, but I think it was important that you brought that perspective to the Chamber today. Jenny Rathbone, you used I like your expression, the crime that was committed twice. No tendering process at the beginning, and then no real re-evaluation or remediation later on when there was clearly a problem that needed to be dealt with. And yes, there was a problem with the way that the larch was going to be marketed. You can't simply flood the market with a huge amount of larch in one go. That hasn't happened in the past, and evidence we took from the forestry organisations that we spoke to said that it was unusual that approach had been taken, and we never got a satisfactory answer from NRW as to why that approach had been pursued. Simon Thomas gave us the Finance Committee perspective. I sit on the Finance Committee as well, so I've seen both sides of this. And yes, I know that for the Finance Committee, the primary issue was the failure of the Auditor-General to lay the NRW accounts in a timely way and according to his statutory obligation. We know that there was a conflict between, on the one hand, his statutory obligation, on the other hand, applying his own code of conduct, and he had to wrestle with that. But you're quite right, that shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't happen in the future, and we need a wider discussion with the Welsh Government and within this Assembly about how the system can be changed so that in future either the current Auditor-General or a future Auditor-General, as the case may be, is not put in such a difficult position and has to take a decision that either side is going to be unhappy with. As the Cabinet Secretary has said, Natural Resources Wales should have viewed the contracts and the awarding of the contract as novel, contentious and repercussive. It was very hard for the Public Accounts Committee to see why a recognition of the contract awarding as being novel, contentious, repercussive hadn't happened. There was some flaw in that process. And Lee Waters, where you referred to a broader arrogance. Yes, that's a very strong term, I know, but I think that you said that for the right reasons. And NRW certainly showed in the evidence that they gave to us that whether it was a broader arrogance or a complacency, I'm not quite sure how you would describe it, but there was certainly a problem with the attitude, I thought, in the way that they felt that we considered the sale of the larch to have been dealt with and the contract to have been awarded. £39 million at the end of the day is not a small amount of money, and it's something that really does be done with a proper business case and a proper strategy behind it. In light of all this, we recommended that NRW review its delegation arrangements alongside its awareness of raising state aid law state aid law and public law and the process for awarding contracts. We're pleased that, as the Cabinet Secretary has reported, an action plan has been put in place. We, as the Public Accounts Committee, will be watching that closely, and I'm sure the Assembly will be interested into how that pans out. But let us be quite clear in this debate today, Presiding Officer, that this situation shouldn't have happened, and we need to make doubly sure that it doesn't ever happen again.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid nodi adroddiad y pwyllgor. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly derbynir y cynnig yn unol â'r rheol sefydlog 12.36 sy'n dod â ni at yr eitem nesaf, sef cynnig o dan reol sefydlog 10.5 i ymestyn penodiad cadeirydd Bwrdd Swyddfa Archwilio Cymru. Dwi'n galw ar gadeirydd y pwyllgor cyllid i wneud y cynnig, Simon Thomas.
Diolch Llywydd, o un mater Swyddfa Archwilio Cymru i mater arall. Ond dwi'n falch i cyflwyno'r cynnig hwn heddiw o fan y pwyllgor cyllid ac yn gofyn i cynulliad gytuno i ymestyn cytundeb Isabel Garner fel cadeirydd Bwrdd Swyddfa Archwilio Cymru yn unol â Deddf Archwilio Cyhoeddus Cymru 2013. Mae Isabel Garner wedi bod yn gadeirydd y bwrdd ers i ffynodiad yn mis Hydref 2013 ac mae wedi gwneud cyfraniad gwerthfawr yn ystod ei chyfnod yn y swydd. Gwnaed y penodiad am 4 blynedd yn y lle cyntaf, gyda ddeddf yn cynnwys darpariaeth ar gyfer ymestyn y penodiad. Mae'r pwyllgor o'r fan bod rinwedd mewn ymestyn contract Elizabeth Garner yn ywedig gan fod trefniadau llywodraethu Swyddfa Archwilio Cymru o dan y ddeddf yn dal yn gymhafol newydd. Mae'r pwyllgor yn argymell bod ei contract yn cael ei ymestyn am gyfnod o 2 blynedd. Hoffwn hefyd tynnu sylw aelodau at y droddiad y pwyllgor sy'n cyd-fynd gyda cynnig hwn a benodiad aelodau anweithredol a'r chadeirydd Bwrdd Swyddfa Archwilio Cymru sy'n darparu manylion pellach am y broses recrwtio gan gynnwys penodi Bill Richardson, Alison Gerrard a Stephen Burnett fel aelodau anweithredol. Wy'n gofyn i cynulliad gytuno'r cynnig.
Mark Reckless.
Diolch, Llywydd, and it's a pleasure to respond to the penultimate motion of the term. Given the importance of the Wales Audit Office and its board and robust governance, I think it's important we give this consideration. I am pleased that the Finance Committee hasn't just nodded through the reappointment of 3 members and a chair. The legal provision for the members is that they're allowed 2 appointments only, and it specifies a fair and open recruitment process, and it's welcome that the Finance Committee did take note of that and put that process into action. I understand it's now completed, and only 1 member has been reappointed, and then only for a 2-year term. But I think we all want to put on record our thanks to those members who are retiring. Unlike the other members of the board, there is express provision allowing the chair's term to be extended, and given the turnover of members, I do agree it is appropriate for that chair's term to be extended, and also note that it's only been extended for 3 years rather than 4, so nothing is taken for granted, and that also ensures an appropriate rotation of members of the board, which I think will assist its governance going forward. I'd like to congratulate Isabel Garner on her contract extension, subject to any pending vote. And also note, given the relatively small population of Wales and the importance of having qualified and capable people take these public service roles, there will at times be conflicts of interest. But what is important is that those conflicts are disclosed and that they are properly managed. And I think we look to the Wales Audit Office Board and to its chair to lead by example in that, and the Conservative Group will be supporting this motion.
Simon Thomas.
Yes, I may respond briefly to Mark Reckless's comments, and firstly to say that I would agree, of course, we want the Wales Audit Office and the board to be the gold standard in public accountability and public governance in Wales, and as a Finance Committee I can confirm what Mark Reckless said. We appointed 3 members, or non-executive members of the board, through an open recruitment process, and in doing so, in fact, 1 member was reappointed, but 2 new members joined the board. And I'd like to put on record my own thanks to those members who have served the board for 4 years and are now not been reappointed, but have served well. It's no reflection on them. It's simply that we have an open process and we have new ideas and new people able to take up that role. And that means that the board itself is refreshed and reinvigorated. I think it's particularly important as we are appointing a new Auditor General for Wales sometime in the next 12 to 14 months, that there is consistency and some continuity with the chair and the leadership of that board, which has been successful to date, which is why the Finance Committee is very content to recommend to the Assembly today that Isabel Garner is reappointed for the 3-year period.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No, therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 12.36, the motion is agreed. We now move on to the UKIP debate on Brexit and rural areas. I call on Neil Hamilton to move the motion. Neil.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I see from the number of empty seats in the chamber today we've reached the dog days of summer, but we are left at least with the cream of Assembly members to listen to this debate. And the essence of this motion is localism and devolution. And that's what the Brexit process enables us to extend. But I want, before going on to the motion, to address the amendments. I don't know why the Conservative group always has to delete everything in our motion and then put down something which is almost identical. This kind of predatory behaviour of gobbling up our motion is most reprehensible, I think. But there is nothing that we can disagree with in the Conservative amendments, apart from the words delete all and replaced with. And of course, I do understand that Plaid Cymru has a different view about the EU withdrawal bill from us. But I do think, for reasons which I explained yesterday, that those fears are misplaced. The First Minister chided me yesterday as having changed my view in some shape or form, that as a result of Brexit, all the powers currently enjoyed in devolved areas by Brussels shouldn't come to the Assembly. I still believe that very strongly, and I do repeat what I've said many times before, that Wales should not be a penny worse off as a result of leaving the EU. In terms of public funding, and therefore that every penny of what the EU now currently spends in Wales should be added to the Welsh Government's block grant, so that we can then, as an Assembly, decide on our priorities. And, of course, this is vitally important to rural areas in particular, because agriculture and the environment are those areas of policy where there is greatest scope for devolution from the European Union. But although I'm not inclined to trust Theresa May on much, I do think that it would be very difficult to imagine circumstances in which the government could resile from such categorical statements as the one that I quoted yesterday, where Theresa May said in the House of Commons that no decisions currently taken by devolved administrations will be removed from them. And indeed, the Secretary of State, Alan Cairns, said as recently as the 23rd of June, when asked by Paul Flynn in a written question in the House of Commons whether any additional legislative competences will be devolved to the National Assembly as a consequence of leaving the EU, he responded, the government expects there will be a significant increase in the powers devolved to the National Assembly for Wales as a consequence of the UK leaving the EU. And as the government has already said that it will seek a consent motion in this Assembly as part of the process, clearly we do have a lever there to ensure that those categorical statements are delivered upon. So I have no fears about the EU withdrawal bill posing in any way a threat to our powers, and there will be no land grab, and the government will be very foolish to try to do so. There's nothing in it for them to gain from that. But we have to accept, I think, that Britain is part of the United Kingdom, and negotiating international trade agreements is a UK competence, and the government can't put itself in a position where, say, for example, Nicola Sturgeon would seek to hold them hostage pending the actual exit process. So it's clearly vitally necessary that there be this kind of transitional stage, but at the end of it, when all those powers have been restored to the United Kingdom from the EU, that our fair share of what we are due under the existing devolution settlement should be brought here to Cardiff, so that we can take the important decisions for ourselves. As a representative for Mid and West Wales, of course, I'm acutely aware of the importance of this to our constituents. I believe that the opportunity to devolve most agricultural decisions, by the fact there will inevitably need to be significant agreement between the various nations of the United Kingdom on certain frameworks to mutual advantage subsequently. But nevertheless, it's vitally important that we should be able to make our own priorities for ourselves. And I don't have any fear also for farmers and others involved in agriculture that markets are going to disappear and their livelihoods are under threat. We have a massive deficit in trade with the EU on food and drink. And if the EU were to be so foolish as to refuse to enter into some kind of free trade successor agreement with us, then we would be able to expand our home market very significantly for most agricultural products. Lamb is the only significant problem, in my opinion, in this respect. But the figures involved are relatively small as part of the total budget. So whatever the outcome, whatever the difficulties, and there are bound to be pluses and minuses in any huge change of this kind, we should be able to accommodate them comfortably from within the Brexit dividend. For every £5 which farmers currently get from the EU, we pay £10 to Brussels in order to get it. So there's plenty of scope there for us to tweak the system. So I'm not pessimistic about that at all. But the advantage of more localised decision-taking is that we're no longer making these important decisions on a continental scale. That's the big problem with the CAP. There are 28 countries, and we have to have an agricultural policy that works all the way from the North Cape down to Greece and Gibraltar. And with climatic and topographical conditions being so varied, inevitably, Wales gets the short end of the straw. But when we are in charge of our own agricultural policy, we'll be able to tailor-make an agricultural policy specifically to the needs of Wales, and a very good thing that would be too. And we'll be able to make our own decisions on matters like herbicides, for example, and animal welfare, and we'll be able to... Sorry? Well, they may well be, but if decision-making bodies are over-regulating, that's a matter of significant concern to us. The EU wants to ban Azulox, for example, which is very important in the control of bracken on the hills. We've had an annual exemption from what they want to do for the last 6 years. We'll be able to decide for ourselves whether that's a sensible policy or not, which it isn't. The EU may want to get rid of glyphosate as a weed killer, which we buy in supermarkets as Roundup. This is not a sensible decision, but we'll be able to take that decision in future rather than unelected bureaucrats in Brussels. Farmers have enormous problems with cross-compliance because at the minute they have to dot every I and cross every T of the complicated regulations which the EU imposes upon us, and we'll be able to go through the whole gamut of such regulations for ourselves to decide which of those we want to keep, which are excessive and which we can dispense with altogether. So all in all, bringing decisions down to the lowest sensible level is, I think, a vitally important and valuable thing for us to be able to do. And the other parts of our motion, which refer to other areas of that kind unrelated to the EU, for example, consultation on closure of rural schools, or decisions about the siting of wind farms, for example, vitally important, I think, in terms of maintaining the purity and integrity of our wonderful landscapes in mid-Wales. I don't like to see forests of windmills popping up on the hilltops. And of course, they're deeply unpopular in the communities which have them plonked upon them. And we don't have to get into arguments about climate change and man-made global warming in order to advance this argument, because even if you accept the theories of man-made global warming, it must be obvious that the contribution which can be made to the solution of problems of climate change by having an extreme view of siting wind farms in inappropriate places makes no real contribution to the solution of the problem at all. But people's lives are wrecked, and if we had some local means of control, then we would be able to block such decisions. So it's vitally important to us that we take proper cognizance of the special problems which exists in areas where we have sparse populations and difficult transport links, and we have the constitutional means of addressing them in the most efficient way. And I believe that leaving the EU contributes to that process, although it's not the be-all and end-all of the entire thing. But if we take fishing, for example, and again, very important to us, Mid and West Wales has probably about 75% of the coastline of Wales. And the common fishing policy has absolutely devastated the fishing industry in the whole United Kingdom. It's been an ecological disaster as well, as we all know, with the policy of discards. I give way happily, yes.
I remember a few years ago going to visit the Welsh Sea Fishermen's Association, when at one point the Spanish, there was a big issue about the Spanish in Cornwall, and they were burning Spanish flags in Cornwall. I went to visit the Sea Fishermen's Association of Wales, who was led by one Mr. Gonzalez. What had actually happened is that the Welsh fishermen had sold their quotas to the Spanish. So to blame the EU for that, I think, is disingenuous.
Well, I mean, that of course, is a distraction from the real issue. That before 1973, the EU had no effective fishing waters, and as a result of our joining, the CFP was cobbled together in order that British waters could be plundered, the result of which has been that our fishing industry is now substantially smaller than it was 40 years ago. The number of fishermen is down by 40%, and the number of vessels is down by 28%, and we've lived through an ecological disaster in the North Sea and elsewhere, which is widely recognised. I'm not going to take a second intervention, I'm sorry. The member can make her own speech, and I hope she does. But it does give us the opportunity to revive the Welsh fishing industry, and not just inshore fisheries, of course, which are not affected by the CFP, but to go further afield. I don't think you'll find many people involved in the fishing industry who think that the common fishing policy has been the boon that some members seem to think it is. But the result has been industrialised fishing on a massive scale, which has put small fishermen out of business, and we'll be able to make significant changes to that. So there are many reasons why we should support this motion, but as I said right at the start, this is all about bringing down decision making to the lowest possible level, so that ordinary people can feel they have a real role to play in the processes by which their lives are to be controlled, and representative bodies such as this, elected by the people, ultimately bear the full responsibility for taking those decisions, and we are accountable to the people. That doesn't happen at the moment.
Thank you very much. I have selected the two amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. So I call on Paul Davies to move Amendment 1 tabled in his name.
Diolch, Llywydd. Dwi'n cynnig y gwelliant y gylrwynid yn fy enw i. Bydd penderfyniad pobl Prydain i adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd y Llynedd yn cael effaith sylweddol ar gymunedau gwledig ledled Cymru, yn ogystal â'r diwydiannau sy'n seiliedig ar gymunedau gwledig. Fel ni gyd yn gwybod, mae Cymru wledig yn gartref i 33% o boblogaeth Cymru, a mae rhaid i fywogrwydd a dyfodol y cymunedau hynny fod yn gadarn ar agenda Llywodraeth Cymru. Felly mae'n hanfodol, wrth i ni adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, fod pwerau i roi gwell cefnogaeth i cefn gwlad Cymru yn cael ei trosglwyddo yn uniongyrchol i'r Senedd yma. A dwi'n derbyn yn llwyr fod angen wneud llawer mwy o waith i bil Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig sydd yn delio â madel ar Undeb Ewropeaidd i sicrhau bod pwerau presennol lle hwn yn cael ei diogelu a bod y cyfrifoldebau dros faterion datganoledig yn gyfan gwbl yn gorwedd yma ac nid mewn llefydd eraill. Yn wir, dwi'n gobeithio bydd y trafodaethau rhwng lywodraethol a fydd yn digwydd i drosglwyddo pwerau yn ôl o Frwsel yn datganoli rhagor o bwerau'r lle hwn mwyn helpu roi gwell cefnogaeth i gymunedau gwledig. Bydde hyn yn rhoi hyd yn oed mwy o adnoddau a chyfrifoldebau i Lywodraeth Cymru ac o gynlyniad dylai'r Llywodraeth gyflwyno polisïau sy'n mynd i'r afel yn benodol a heriau Cymru gwledig. Wrth gwrs, yn ganolog i'n cymunedau gwledig yw'r sector amaethyddiaeth ac wrth i Brydain adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn cael cyfle i edrych ar y dirwedd rheoleiddio presennol ar gyfer ffermwyr a sefydlu gwell ffyrdd o gefnogi ffermwyr. Mae gadlu'r Undeb Ewropeaidd yn golygu bod ni nawr yn cael y cyfle i ailfampio'r beichiau rheoleiddio ar ffermwyr Cymru a sicrhau bod mwy o ddilliau gwirfoddol yn cael eu mabwysiadu a pan fod rheoliadau yn cael eu cyflwyno, maent yn cael eu cyflwyno oherwydd tystiolaeth clir. Mae'n gwbl hanfodol bod y lefel o gefnogaeth sydd ar gael i ffermwyr Cymru ar faes chwarae gwastad a'u cystadleuwyr, a dyna pam fod sefydlu fframwaith amaethyddol parhaol ar lefel Brydeinig mor bwysig. Wrth gwrs, dyw'r dadl heddiw ddim yn ymwneud ag effaith Brexit ar amaethyddiaeth yn unig, ond mae hefyd yn ymwneud ar ddarparu gwasanaethau mewn ardaloedd gwledig. Rhaid i Lywodraeth Cymru cydnabod bod un model ar gyfer pawb o lywodraethu Cymru yn gwbl anerbyniol a bod anghenion cymunedau gwledig yn wahanol iawn i gymunedau trefol. Yn fy etholaeth i ni wedi gweld nifer o wasanaethau iechyd pwysig yn cau yn yr ysbyty lleol ac yn cael eu cynoli gan orfodi cleifion i deithio ymhellach ar gyfer triniaethau a gwasanaethau. Mae hyn yn gwbl anerbyniol a dyw hyn ddim yn dangos unrhyw ystyriaeth i ddymuniadau ac anghenion y rhai sy'n byw mewn cymunedau gwledig yng Ngorllewin Cymru. Ac hyd yn oed wrth i ni drafod y prynawn yma, mae Bwrdd Iechyd Hywel Dda unwaith eto yn ymgynghori ar cael gwared ar wasanaethau yn Sir Benfro. Yn yr achos hwn, mae'n edrych i ganoli gwasanaethau iechyd meddwl. Wrth i Brydain baratoi i adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, mae cyfle nawr i Lywodraeth Cymru i oedi ac i ailfeddwl y ffordd y mae'n rheoli darpariaeth gwasanaethau mewn ardaloedd gwledig. Yn anffodus, ers 1999, mae 227 o ysgolion ar draws Cymru wedi cau gydag ardaloedd gwledig yn cael ei effeithio weithaf. Mae ffigurau Llywodraeth ei hun yn dweud wrthon ni fod 41 o ysgolion wedi cael eu cau yng Ngogledd Cymru ers datganoli. Ac mod i'n derbyn bod yr ysgrifennydd cabinet presennol dros addysg nawr o'r diwedd yn cryfhau mesurau i ddiogelu ysgolion, bydd hyn ddim o gysur i'r cymunedau hynny sydd wedi colli eu ysgolion a sydd wedi colli canolbwynt cymunedol hanfodol. Mae'r gwasanaethau hyn yn ddolen gyswllt holl bwysig i drefi a phentrefi gwledig, a maent yn helpu gyflawni nid yn unig gwasanaethau sydd mawr ei angen, ond maent yn clymu cymunedau at ei gilydd. Nawr, bydd aelodau yn gwybod bod ni ar yr ochr hon i'r Siambr yn parhau i alw am banel annibynnol i gael ei sefydlu sy'n cynnwys cynrychiolwyr o gymunedau a diwydiannau gwledig ledled Cymru sydd mewn llawer gwell sefyllfa i graffu effeithiau polisïau Llywodraeth Cymru ar ei hamgylcheddau lleol mwyn sicrhau fod polisïau Llywodraeth Cymru ddim yn negyddol ar gymunedau gwledig, a dwi'n mawr obeithio bydd y Llywodraeth nawr yn ystyried hyn. Rhaid i Lywodraeth Cymru anfon neges glir i gymunedau gwledig y byddant yn cael cydraddoldeb a rhannau trefol y wlad wrth ddatblygu polisïau a cyllido polisïau. Nawr, mae'r cynnig yma heddiw yn esbonio gallai Brexit arwain at gyfleoedd sylweddol i Gymru wledig, ond mae'n methu a chydnabod bod heriau sylweddol hefyd, ac mae angen i Lywodraeth Cymru i ymgysylltu'n well â Chymru wledig i gwrdd â'r heriau hynny. Felly, wrth gau dirprwy Llywydd, dwi am orffen drwy ailadrodd pwysigrwydd ein cymunedau gwledig, nid yn unig yn economi, ond un diwylliant hefyd. Mae'r iaith Gymraeg yn rhan anatod o'n cymunedau gwledig ac yn economi wledig. Enghraifft, i ni yn gwybod taw amaethyddiaeth sydd ar gyfran uchaf o siaradwyr Cymraeg o unrhyw sector. Felly mae'n hanfodol bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn gwneud llawer mwy i gefnogi ein cymunedau gwledig, a mae rhaid i'r Llywodraeth defnyddio'r lifrau presennol a'r lifrau newydd i sicrhau dyfodol un cymunedau gwledig, a dwi'n annog aelodau i gefnogi ein gwelliant. Diolch.
Thank you very much. And I call on Simon Thomas to move Amendment 2, tabling the name of Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Diolch, Dipyn Llywydd, ac dwi'n cynnig y gwelliant. Mae'n diwedd tymor, ond does dim esgus fod yn Groundhog Day unwaith eto. Mae rai dweud ni wedi mod rownd y fil am flwyddyn gyfan ar y materion yma ac yn benodol dwywaith wythnos yma. Felly na i fod yn grynor iawn ac heb ailadrodd gormod o beth wedys i ddoe. Ond mae'n syml iawn. Mae Plaid Cymru yn glir o'r fan bod y bil tynnu allan o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd, beth bynnag i hwnna'n gywir yn Gymraeg, yn fil sy'n tynnu pŵer oddi ar pobl Cymru, oddi ar y Cynulliad, y Senedd sy'n ymgorffori sofraniaeth Cymru. Ac wrth gwrs, bydd gen i persbectif gwbl wahanol a hyn. A UKIP, mae UKIP yn credu yn sofraniaeth San Steffan, a UKIP yn credu yn sofraniaeth y deunes gyfunol uwchben pobl sy'n byw yng Nghymru. Dyn ni ddim yn derbyn hwnna fel blaid annibyniaeth Cymru. Dyn ni ddim yn derbyn hwnna. Ond dyn ni hefyd yn gweld hwn fel rhywbeth gwbl synicaidd gan y blaid tofiedd hyn y byd. Bod nhw'n defnyddio pleidlais mewn un referendum i wir droi y pleidlais o'n nhw ddim yn licio mewn referendum arall. Felly yn 2011 fe gafwyd canlyniad referendum nid 52%, 48%, ond 67%, dwi'n meddwl oedd 66 i 77% o blaid y Senedd hon yn deddfu yn maisydd pysgodfaidd, amaeth, ymgylchedd, iechyd ag addysg ac ati hefyd. Ac mae'r ffaith bod y bil nawr, a'r ffaith bod y Llywodraeth Geidwadol nawr yn San Steffan am defnyddio esgus Brexit i ddal yn ôl ar y broses datganoli yn un o'r pethau mwyaf sinicaidd dwi wedi gweld yn sicr yn ddiweddar, yn sicr ers 2011. Ac os oedd yna unrhyw amheuaeth, nad oedd y Tofiad yn barod i wneud hyn, ac os oedden ni gallu bod gyda Neil Hamilton yn credu yn geiriau teg Theresa May, fe welsyn ni neithiwr. Fe welsyn ni neithiwr gyda'r bil undeb a llafur, bod yn fwriad gan y geidwadwyr i wir droi unrhyw bil sydd wedi pasio fan hyn nad unrhyw yn fodlon an ei hun. Mae'n gwrth ddemocrataidd llwyr. A mae'n dangos yn glir bod yn defnyddio'r bil i amadael yr undeb Ewropeaidd yn yr un ffordd. Nawr, dwi wedi bod yn gwrando yn ofalus iawn ers dros flwyddyn a Neil Hamilton ac yn aros i'r rhethreg flodeuog diflannu ac i roi syniadau dechrau dod gerbon ynglyn â beth yw dyfodol amaeth i ffermwyr yn ôl Brexit, yn ôl ni adael yr undeb Ewropeaidd, ond nid jyst yr undeb Ewropeaidd, ond yn ôl beth i dymuniad gadael y fachnad sengl, gadael yr undeb tollau hefyd. Beth yw'r freuddwyd? Wi ddim wedi gweld unrhyw beth o freuddwyd neu gweledigaeth, ond breuddwyd gwach. Na'r unig peth wedi gweld yw breuddwyd gwach. Ac heddi fe gawson ni ryw gip ar y hynlle yna. Tir Cymru, llawn cymegau, wedi llygru, wedi halogi, yn llawn gornaid o'r Gymraeg. Neu unig peth mae wedi cynnig yw lladd y wedyn ar y mynydd. Dim unrhyw fath o dyfodol i fasnachu oen sy'n bita ar y mynydd. Dim unrhyw fath o dyfodol i'r ffermwyr sy'n dibynnu ar llo signo. Dim unrhyw fath o dyfodol i'r ffermwyr sy'n dibynnu ar fachnad gwerth miliynau o bunnoedd. Dwi ddim yn unrhyw fath o wededigaeth. A gallai i fynd wythnos nesaf i'r sioe fawr yn Llanelwydd a siarad gyda ffermwyr gyda unrhyw fath o hygredydd. Pob lwc iddo fe yn trio wneud hynny. Dwi'n mynd i glynu at y safbwynt sy'n gen i fel aelod cynulliad sy'n cynrychioli'r un fan fath, ond hefyd fel aelod cynulliad Plaid Cymru. Ni'n credu yn gryf iawn bod angen cadw y perthynas yna gyda fachnad sengl a gyda ffermwyr, cadw y perthynas yna gyda yr undeb tollau ac yn fwy pwysig byth, cadw yr amgylchedd sydd gyda ni, yn amgylchedd lan sy'n cefnogi bwyd o safon lles yn yfeiliad o safon yn ogystal. Dyna sy'n wir yn arbennig am Gymru a'r iaith Gymraeg hefyd yn rhan o hwnna. Mae unrhyw beth sydd gan UKIP i portreadau fan hyn yn mynd i dinistio'r genedl fel yn un nabod hi, a dwi ddim yn fod yn hynny, ac dyna pam i ni'n gwrthod yn llwyr y cynnig sydd gan UKIP heddi ac yn dodi hyn yn amgen yn ei le. Y peth ola weda i yw bod ni wir angen nawr gweld y bil parhad gan y Llywodraeth. Mae'n rhy hwyr yn y dydd bellach i gobeithio fel oedd y prif weinidog yn dweud ddoe, gobeithio bod gwelliannau'n cael ei cyflwyno yn San Steffan. Fedwn ni ddim trysto a geidwadwyr na San Steffan a hyn. Dwi'n gwybod yn ei calonna i chi aelod y llafur yn gwybod na fedwch chi trysto geidwadwyr ar hyn. Cyflwynwch y bil parhad, sefyll lan dros hawliau Senedd Cymru.
Thank you. Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. We're bringing this debate today because we are interested, as I expect are all members, in reviving the rural economy. We have related today's motion to the subject of Brexit, not to needlessly cause a commotion in the Chamber on the last day of term, but rather to look at the opportunities that might flow from Brexit. Now, I know that we have had a few minor disagreements in this place over the pros and cons of Brexit, and we are still having a certain amount of cordial discussion here over what precise form Brexit will or should take. Well, I don't want to go into the form of Brexit too much. That is, I feel, a debate we had yesterday, as Simon Thomas alluded to some extent, and one that will probably resume once we get back here after the recess in September. And the debate will probably be going on for some time after that. What we perhaps can agree on is that some kind of Brexit is going to happen, so we need to think about what opportunities Brexit might offer us, and how some of those opportunities can aid the rural community. In addition to opportunities flowing from Brexit, there are also levers that already lie within the legal competence of the Assembly that can be used to help the rural economy, and also powers that have recently flowed into or are about to flow into the Assembly due to tax-raising competence. Now, all of the parties that were represented in the Chamber in the Fourth Assembly wanted the tax powers, so now is the time for us to think constructively about how to use them in terms of the rural economy. One crucial element in all this is housing. I think if we want to retain rural settlements in their current form, we need to act decisively and precisely here. What we don't particularly need is for rural settlements to lose their character by becoming mere dormitory towns for larger towns and cities. This is not a future we want to promote for them. We therefore need to be wary about unsympathetic large-scale housing developments and about building on the green belt. Of course, we need rural housing, but it needs to be developed in a sympathetic way and in accordance with the wishes of the local population. With major developments, we think that local people should be meaningfully consulted. If there is a controversial development, then there should be scope for a legally binding local referendum. This means that, if there are enough signatories, a community could have a vote on a development, and the relevant planning authority would be legally obliged to take note and act accordingly. With such legally binding local referenda, the concept of localism would take some kind of meaningful form. There should also be an enhanced role for town and community councils in the planning process. The other side of the coin is that we also need to stimulate building if the building plan has local consent. And we know that new measures, new levers, are available to the Assembly in the sphere of house building. One of the problems inhibiting house building is the problem of land banking. This is the process whereby a handful of major national property development companies build up land assets, acquire planning permission to build houses, and then simply sit on them rather than actually building anything. But with the new tax powers available, land banking can be tackled by bringing in a series of charges, a system of land tax on land where planning permission has already been given but where no houses have been built. This could begin after, say, 3 years and then rise year on year until the first shovel cuts into the turf. Now, Finance Minister Mark Drakeford has already hinted at action in this direction, and we in UKIP feel that we should be moving in this direction, and the Welsh Government should be empowered to take this forward. Now, in this instance, the powers are coming to the Assembly from Westminster in the form of tax-raising competence. Other powers may devolve as a result of Brexit. For instance, once we are out of the EU, we will no longer be governed by the EU's procurement rules. Procurement is another lever that can be used to drive economic development. Public sector bodies in Wales must be encouraged by statute, if necessary, to award public sector contracts to local companies. This might entail making the tendering process easier. We need to look at the rules and regulations post-Brexit and ensure that some irrelevant regulations are ditched so that smaller firms, which tend to proliferate in rural areas, are allowed to tender for contracts. It might be that we need to bring in clauses so that a certain number of public sector contracts are allocated to Welsh firms, and particularly to Welsh SMEs. This is another tool which might be used to aid the rural economy. In the rural high street, we need to encourage concepts like co-location, so that shops, pubs and perhaps post offices can all reside in the same place. We can also use powers over business rates to help rural businesses. Post-Brexit fisheries policies could help to revive formerly thriving Welsh fishing ports. Now, we have touched on that earlier, and I think this is an issue which possibly needs a debate of its own when we come back next September. But there are certainly opportunities there. Another crucial factor is the availability of broadband in rural areas. We note that the Welsh Government has consistently missed its targets on the provision of superfast broadband in the rural areas, so more needs to be done there.
Are you winding up, please?
Yeah, certainly. All in all, there could be a more promising future for the Welsh rural economy if only we see the coming years as a period that could bring with it some upheaval, certainly, but also a large element of opportunity. Thank you.
Very much. Llywydd Morgan.
Can I thank UKIP for yet another debate on Brexit? I'm afraid that as the resolution stands, it's full of inaccuracies and once again demonstrates UKIP's lack of awareness about how the EU actually works. It paints this idealistic utopian vision of the future in Wales, for a land full of milk and honey where those pesky outsiders can't tell us what to do and they'll stop ordering us about. So here we go. Paragraph 1A. Stipulates that Welsh people will have more control over their own lives and will stop those unelected EU technocrats from ruining everything. Well, that could be true. A woman alone in a desert has absolute total control of her life, but it's not much value and it's not much of a life. That's the kind of control that Neil Hamilton would like to see in Wales. But with the publication of the repeal bill, now called the EU Withdrawal Bill, we know that Welsh people will actually have a quieter voice than the one we had when we were allowed a seat at the table in a rotational system when agriculture and other devolved matters were discussed in Brussels. And what about this ridiculous line about unelected technocrats in Brussels? The Commission only has the power to propose laws. It's the Council, the elected governments of the EU, overseen by elected members of the European Parliament, who decide if these laws pass. But to be fair, he probably isn't aware of that because a lot of the UKIP MEPs don't even bother to turn up to those committees where those decisions are made. Right, let's move on to paragraph 1B. Let's move on to paragraph 1B. Brexit will create more prosperity for agriculture and the rural community. Well, I'd love to think that that was true, but he must know that of all the sectors in the economy where it will be difficult to gain tariff-free, frictionless access to the EU market, it's agriculture that is the most exposed. Not even Norway has this kind of access. And you know what? You can throw as many subsidies as you want at farmers. If they have no market for their goods, it'll be game over if they face anything like WTO tariffs of 84% for cattle, 46% of lamb. He suggests we'll be able to expand into our home market. Not if we see a flood of food from Argentina, from New Zealand, and all these other places he wants to have deals with. And just as an aside, the Tories are suggesting they're going to be able to cut red tape. Oh, really? Do you not understand anything about the Customs Union? You have to fill in more forms. Country of origin forms, that's your suggestion. On paragraph 2, empowering local people to make policies in rural areas. Well, perhaps the leader of UKIP might like to read my proposed economic development plan for rural Wales, where we call for that bottom-up approach to economic development. He says that major planning decisions should be decided upon locally, in particular relating to wind farms. But it must be understood that, for example, in mid-Wales, where the development of a reinforced electricity grid to host the wind farms, where that was proposed and effectively rejected by the local population, that there are real consequences to these decisions, as the First Minister outlined to Russell George yesterday. There's no point bleating on about wanting an industrial estate to create jobs if you can't get power into the area. And I think people need to think hard about how they're going to get around in future when there's this shift to electric vehicles, but there won't be enough electricity to charge those electric vehicles in mid-Wales. On paragraph B, rural schools, the Education Secretary has made it clear that she will put in measures in place to protect small rural schools. On paragraph C, of course there's a need to facilitate more affordable rural houses, but having spoken recently to private house builders who tell me that it's simply not economically viable for them to construct in parts of rural Wales, we need to get a much better grasp of how the market works in rural Wales. The answers aren't straightforward, they're complex. On paragraph D, giving greater priority to the provisions of NHS facilities in smaller rural towns. Of course, it seems like a really easy statement to support, but I invite Mr Hamilton to try and find a paediatric consultant to come and work in Withybush Hospital, or a GP to become a partner in St David's Surgery. I am sure that the local health board will bite your hand off if you can find somebody.
Do you accept that one of the reasons why we don't have sufficient numbers of GPs, consultants or other health professionals is because of an abject failure by your Welsh Government to properly plan for the Welsh workforce that the NHS actually needs?
No, do you know what I...
No, you don't. No.
Do you know what I tell you what... Let me tell you. The situation is worse now because the kind of messages have been sent out by people like Neil Hamilton and his ilk to those people who are supporting our NHS, who are supporting our care workers. They are people who are here from the EU, and they have been. They feel now that they are unwelcome because of Mr Hamilton and his ilk. I think this resolution is typical of UKIP, full of glib, easy answers in a very sophisticated and complex word. They've made promises they can't keep, and they won't be kept. They have led the people of Wales and the United Kingdom up the garden path, and I predict that he will be safely miles away from Wales in his lovely house in Wiltshire if we fail to gain the promised agreements he's made when the whole edifice comes crashing down, if we fail to get the kind of agreements that he predicts are so easy to get.
I now call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government, Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipyn Llywydd. Well, yesterday I heard the leader of UKIP refer to soldiers emerging from the jungle to refight battles already long concluded. I assumed he was referring to today's motion, with its sad and tired derogatory opening references to unelected technocrats in Brussels. Does anyone really believe that cheap name-calling can form the basis of a successful negotiation with 27 other European countries? Does anyone really believe that abuse can form the platform from which we can build a successful future for Wales beyond the European Union? Now, Dipyn Llywydd, it's not a message which the movers of this motion are keen to hear, but it is a simple fact that Wales' receipts from the CAP and from structural funds form a far larger proportion of the UK's allocation than our Barnett share would ever do. The EU funding through the Rural Development Programme alone is worth around £500 million in the current round and was worth over £300 million in the previous round, and it has made a real difference to people and communities across Wales. Along with EU structural funds, these have provided hugely useful services and vital incomes to many in our rural communities. Now, as Eluned Morgan so ably illustrated, this is a motion written by Pollyanna with a dash of help from Mr Micawber. It's ironic, indeed, to be debating it today, the day after the publication of an authoritative report. I recommend it to UKIP members, A Food Brexit, Time to Get Real. And this report, written by Professor Tim Lang, the leading food expert in the United Kingdom, together with Professor Terry Marsden from Cardiff University, concludes that leaving the European Union poses serious risks to consumer interests, public health, businesses and workers in the food sector. But the motion is not simply flawed in its failure to grasp the reality of its own content, but in its culpable neglect of a context within which the future of Welsh communities and industries is to be shaped. It does not even, Dipyn Llywydd, call on the UK Government to guarantee replacement funding for Wales at its current level, let alone those promises made of a post-Brexit funding bonanza made by the movers of the motion. The motion does not even call on the UK Government to respect the boundaries of devolution, so that this National Assembly can continue to respond to the particular needs of rural communities in Wales, and this at a time when those abilities are under such direct attack. Dyma'r Llywydd, it is difficult to take a motion seriously which does so little to take things seriously itself. By contrast, this government both continues to make it clear that the UK government and those who led the campaign to leave the European Union must guarantee that every single penny which flows to Wales from the European Union must flow directly to Wales in the future. And in our recent Brexit and devolution policy document, we set out our thinking on how new constitutional arrangements can be developed. It is intended as a constructive contribution to the important debate needed across the United Kingdom, and which is particularly important in rural areas. We will continue to press the UK Government to engage in a discussion on using this document as a starting point for developing any frameworks that are needed post-Brexit on the basis of consent and agreement and not on imposition. And to pull out, the messages we have from stakeholders in rural Wales are very clear. Here in Wales, agriculture is not only very different in nature from other parts of the United Kingdom, but so is the role it plays in our communities and in our society. From the management of our water to tourism, and as Paul Davis set out very clearly in his contribution, in the future of our culture and our language as well. We need to build on Wales's reputation for high-quality produce, which is founded on our high standards which protect human health, ensure animal welfare and support vital environmental action. These standards are the key for our future competitiveness in a global marketplace, and there are opportunities there for farmers to diversify and exploit growing markets in areas like energy. Now, let us be clear, Dyma'r Llywydd, that the approach the UK Government has taken to the withdrawal bill would see us lose the ability to deliver an approach that rectifies the shortcomings of the CAP and design a better, more tailored approach for Wales. Instead, on the one hand, the withdrawal bill locks us into an outdated framework, and on the other, it removes our ability to bring forward reforms, leaving us to face Brexit with both hands tied behind our back. Now, I listened carefully to what Paul Davis said when he spoke about the withdrawal bill, and I take what he said this afternoon to be a constructive contribution to the way that we can think about these issues in the future. Very different, I thought, to the contribution of the mover of the motion, who, with typical insouciance, just regards the withdrawal bill as something that none of us here needs to worry our heads about. As we have said, this government has been clear that we acknowledge the need for common UK approaches in some areas of agriculture, particularly where this is important for trade and for the internal functioning of the UK market, but these must be collectively developed and agreed to ensure that they work for the whole of the United Kingdom and not imposed on us from London. These are the important issues at stake for Welsh communities today. It is why, Dyma'r Llywydd, the Government will oppose the motion itself, but support the amendment proposed by Plaid Cymru and explained so very clearly here this afternoon by Simon Thomas. Let me very briefly turn to some specifics of the motion, Dyma'r Llywydd, to put on record the actions being taken by this Government to support all rural communities. As far as planning is concerned, we have developed our national planning policy to take account of local needs in rural areas, and in particular to address issues around the potential for greater use of our rural areas to generate renewable energy, while addressing issues around visual impacts and amenity on neighbouring communities. Where housing is concerned, bringing forward more affordable housing in rural areas is a priority for the Welsh Government, which is why we commit to providing funding for rural housing enablers in taking Wales forward, and we have already seen successful projects across Wales, including Gwynedd, Ceredigion, Monmouthshire and the Vale of Glamorgan. We will continue to fund and work with rural local authorities, housing association and the rural housing enablers to ensure more affordable housing is delivered in areas of real need. You heard already from Eluned Morgan how the Education Cabinet Secretary is supporting rural schools and allowing communities to have greater scope for decision-making in relation to those schools, consulting recently on strengthening the school organisation code in respect of presumption against the closure of rural schools. And in health, my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Health, continues to work closely with rural areas to tackle the very real issues which are faced by services in remote and rural areas and the challenges that Eluned Morgan set out in recruiting staff to work in those localities. Let me be clear that we are addressing the specific needs of public services across rural Wales. It's clear that the benefits of the European Union, particularly through single market access, high social and environmental standards and significant levels of funding, cannot be easily maintained after we leave the European Union, and that there are big challenges for rural Wales, which we will work with our rural communities to help them to face those together. By contrast, the only contribution to Welsh agriculture from the movers of the motion here will be the industrial-scale manufacturing of pie in the sky. But if the future was left to them, then the taste of that pie for people in rural Wales will be very bitter indeed.
Thank you very much. And I'll call on Neil Hamilton to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I enjoyed the colourful speech from the Finance Secretary, but I don't think it took us a great deal further forward in this debate. What surprises me about Plaid Cymru is that, as a nationalist party, they're afraid of having decision-taking devolved from Brussels to Cardiff. I would have thought the first thing that a nationalist party would want is the power to take their own decisions and make the laws which govern their country. And so Plaid Cymru puts itself in the opposite camp, that they're opposed to the principles of nationalism as they apply in our own country. And I personally am not afraid of having the responsibility that goes with the devolution of power in this respect, because, generally speaking, decisions are better made at a local level than further up, especially if they're made further up by unelected technocrats, which was not put into the motion as a term of abuse at all, but merely a statement of fact. The Commission of the European Union is appointed, and the decision-making processes in the European Union are obscure. I've been a member of the Council of Ministers. I was the Internal Market Minister in Department of Trade and Industry 25 years ago. I've seen the way the processes work. They're very far from being democratic, and they're very, very difficult to influence. So I think that, as a consequence of being able to take decisions at a local level, democracy is enhanced, and people will not feel so alienated from the political system. I thank all those who have taken part in the debate, and indeed Paul Davis's contribution contained a great deal of good sense, in particular his proposal for a scrutiny panel for rural areas in Wales, and the fact that a one-size-fits-all policy applied by the Welsh Government doesn't necessarily suit rural areas in Wales. I know Eluned Morgan goes around carrying that sign saying the end of the world is nigh, and her contribution today was no different from usual, talking about the desertification of mid-Wales as a result of leaving the EU. She keeps talking about falling off a cliff. Actually, the worst we can do is fall off a curb, because only 7% of our GDP is accounted for by trade with the EU. But, of course, I don't believe that there's any reason for that to fall subsequently. Yes, there will be difficulties in the process of negotiation, and there are uncertainties in the future. But I personally believe in our people, in the enterprise of this country, and our capacity to make our way in the world, as we always have done, by our own efforts and our own ingenuity.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Therefore, we'll defer voting on this item until voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I am going to proceed directly to the voting time. Okay. I'll call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Neil Hamilton. If the proposal is not agreed, we will vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 5, no abstentions, 46 against, therefore the motion is not agreed. We now go to vote on the amendments. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. So I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 12, no abstentions, 39 against, therefore Amendment 1 is not agreed. Call for a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Napier. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the Amendment 35, no abstentions, 16 against, therefore Amendment 2 is agreed. And now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 35, no abstentions, 16 against, therefore the motion as amended is agreed. We now move on to the short debate, and I call on... We'll wait a minute. If you're leaving the chamber, please do so quickly and quietly. Thank you. Right, we'll now move to the short debate, and I call on Darren Miller to speak to the topic he has chosen. Darren.
Diolch, Llywydd. I want to confirm that I've given Simon Thomas, Jenny Rathbone and Joyce Watson a minute each of my time. This week is Gamble Aware Week. It's 7 days where betting shops across the country are spreading the message to not bet more than you can afford to lose. But I'm afraid that their message is just not hitting home. Thanks to poor public policy decisions from successive governments of all colours, gambling has never been easier than it is today. No longer are you required to venture into a local betting shop to take a punt. You can now bet on the telephone, via a computer, a mobile phone, or even your smart TV. And with almost 400 betting shops and around 1,500 fixed odds betting terminals in Wales, it's easy to see how people can quickly get sucked into a gambling spiral which gets out of control. Gambling, of course, is nothing new. It's been around for a very long time. But excessive gambling is on the rise, and Wales seems to have a bigger problem with it than other parts of the United Kingdom. In fact, the figures are stark. Gambling Commission surveys have estimated that around 1.1% of the Welsh population are problem gamblers, around 34,000 people, with an additional 118,000 at risk of becoming problem gamblers. And you're more than twice as likely to be a problem gambler if you live in Wales than in England, and a third more likely than if you live in Scotland. It's estimated that more than £1.6 billion is staked annually on fixed odds betting terminals alone. And that's more than an average of £1 million per machine here in Wales, around £675 per head of the adult Welsh population. It really is eye-watering. And of course, these machines are so quick that it's absolutely possible to bet around £100 every 20 seconds. Research, in fact, has shown that it's every bit as addictive as a Class A drug, and it's no wonder that they've been called the crack cocaine of gambling. What's even more concerning, though, is that there's a growing body of evidence which indicates that unscrupulous businesses are locating these machines in deprived areas. More than a third of betting shops with these machines are in the poorest communities across Wales. These are the areas where there's underinvestment and high unemployment, and making a quick bet and a big win, no matter what the odds, seems an attractive prospect. But the people placing these stakes are very often the ones who can ill afford to lose them. But we know that gambling is not a route out of poverty. In fact, it's a route to breakdown, relationship breakdown, health breakdown, and financial breakdown. But thanks to our digital age, even after the betting shops close and the casinos have closed, gamblers can still continue to take their chances online. Online gambling isolates and hides gambling addiction, but it's also on the increase. More and more people are gambling behind closed doors and in secret. It's gambling which is happening all around us constantly. Slots can be played in meetings, they can be played in the school car park while waiting to pick the children up from school, and they can even be played on shift breaks. And it makes it harder to know about those people who need help and for others to be able to reach out to them before it turns into a crisis. Some, of course, are underage gamblers. We know from the Gambling Commission that the people most at risk of problem gambling are those between the ages of 16 and 24. People with their whole lives ahead of them are in danger of losing everything. The Gambling Commission's Young People and Gambling 2016 report suggests that there are hundreds of child problem gamblers here in Wales. And if you combine that with the fact that 65% of teenagers under 18 have already admitted addiction to their mobile phones, I think it's very clear to see that there's a very real public health crisis which is brewing and playing itself out in young people's pockets right now. Often, the money used to gamble is taken out on credit. Many gambling addicts are caught in a catch-22 situation of escalating debt, which they then try to repay through gambling more. Life savings are being wiped out, and credit card limits are being exceeded. Gambling is no respecter of persons. It can affect people from any part of the social strata and all walks of life. But don't just take my word for it. I want us to take a few moments to look at the screens to listen to some of the experiences of Sarah and Joseph here in Wales.
Felt really silly sometimes because I would go and gamble my money, and you always think, oh, I'll just go and gamble like £10, £20, and the next thing you know, I've gambled my whole month's wages, and then you panic and you think, how am I going to afford food? How am I going to do anything? You know, I had to try and ask people for help, like my parents, and then they'd ask, well, where's your money? So then you'd have to start saying, I don't know, I lost it, or I didn't get paid on time.
I lost everything, I lost my flat, I lost everything. I was in countless amounts of debt. Those were payday loans, sold all my stuff, my personal items. I mean, I was even selling bags of clothes, old clothes, to cash for clothes and that, just to get some money, just to get food in. You know what I mean? And then even with that spare money I had left over, I'd go and gamble it to try and win more money.
Looking back at your life, what have you lost?
At least 50,000, and I'm only 24. If I had £1 million, I probably would have spent that £1 million gambling.
According to the regulator, the Gambling Commission, Joseph falls right into the age bracket that are most likely to have a problem with gambling. More men will have an issue than women, but we don't know how much of a problem it is here in Wales, because there are no official statistics.
So you can see, we've heard from Sarah and Joseph, gambling isn't a game, it's a very real problem. They're paying a high price for it, and they're not the only ones. You may have heard about Cardiff postal worker Colin Chapman, who was arrested just last week for stealing parcels worth £40,000 in order to fund his gambling addiction. Or you might even remember Willie Thorne, the former UK snooker champion, who went bankrupt after gambling away more than £1 million. But of course, it's not just money that's being lost. People are losing their homes, they're losing their marriages, they're losing their health from stress, and they're losing their place and purpose in society. And I'm afraid some have even lost their lives. On the 31st of March last year, 18-year-old Omar Abbas from Cardiff put on his work uniform and he said goodbye to his parents and left home. But unfortunately, it wasn't a day like any other. Less than 2 weeks later, he was found dead. He'd taken his own life after struggling with thousands of pounds worth of debt. He'd maxed out his overdraft, he'd taken out credit on his credit cards, and even though he'd confided in close friends that he was depressed and had occasionally thought of taking his own life, unfortunately, they were unable to prevent it from happening. And I think his story, his death, should be a wake-up call to us all. Excessive gambling is trapping people into an addictive cycle of losing and winning and losing and losing and losing. And as we've heard, it can lead to an incredibly tough emotional, financial and mental health problems. But the majority of addicts struggle in silence. Many people who struggle with gambling don't reach out for help until they've hit a crisis point. And recent research suggests that just 1 in 10 people with gambling problems actually do seek formal help. But unfortunately, all too often, the help that they need isn't always available to them. Now, thankfully, people are beginning to wake up to this public health time bomb, and I was very pleased to hear from the Chief Medical Officer at the recent Beat the Odds conference that there is some work that he's been doing on this subject. And we were also hearing, of course, about the excellent work of the Living Room here in Cardiff and North Wales-based CAIS, who are helping to raise awareness of problem gambling and helping to develop services to support addicts. And it's beginning now, I think, to pay some dividends. The Living Room and CAIS, of course, organise the annual Beat the Odds conference, the Excessive Gambling Wales conference, which is held here in Cardiff in the Pierhead. And it's been invaluable in bringing academics, policymakers, public health experts and service providers together to examine the challenges presented by this problem and to work towards solutions. It's helped dozens of gambling addicts so far, and it's pioneered and developed new programmes which have helped addicts to turn their lives around. And of course, I mustn't forget either to acknowledge the excellent work which has been undertaken by Carolyn Harris and the All-Party Parliamentary Group on gambling also. Gamble Aware, GamCare, Beat the Odds, the Living Room, CAIS, they're all doing their bit, but there's still a huge amount of work to do. So what can we do? Well, we need to restrict gambling advertising. It's wrong that every time you click onto Google or you turn on your TV, there's an advert encouraging you to gamble. We need to change the planning system here in Wales to prevent the proliferation of betting shops in our communities and to stop further fixed odds betting terminals turning up in our communities. We need greater recognition of the public health risks of problem gambling and significant investment in recovery services such as those provided by Beat the Odds. And we need to take immediate and urgent action to reduce the maximum stake on fixed odds betting terminals and reduce the number of them across the country. Now, I recognise that some of the powers to do and deliver those things lie in Westminster. But that doesn't stop us doing our bit with the powers that we've already got, such as changing the planning system and developing those universally accessible support services from being delivered. The stakes are too high to ignore this problem any longer. Gambling is destroying lives. It can affect anyone, anywhere, at any time. And our young people are particularly vulnerable. So instead of reading about crises that have happened, I think we all need to work harder to prevent them from becoming a news item in the first place. We owe it to Omar, Sarah, Joseph and the thousands of others in Wales who are victims of gambling addiction to address this growing problem. And we must act now.
Thank you. Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank Darren Millen for bringing this debate today. We would not tolerate the promotion of addictive substances such as alcohol and tobacco in modern society the way we have tolerated, due to the lack of regulation, gambling. And we must treat gambling as an addictive pastime in that sense. We're not talking about banning, we're talking about regulation, and we're talking about a real approach. And I look forward to hearing from the government, if not today, but very soon, how they will learn the limited powers they'll get over fixed odds terminals to try and address and set the right tone. Because one thing we can do here is set the tone of debate and the tone and approach on gambling, rather than this acceptance that we have at the moment of modern society that gambling is somehow a normal thing to do and something that particularly is rewarded with an element of glamour around it, which I think is particularly concerning. We don't have Welsh figures, but Living Room Cardiff estimate there are 114,000 people at risk in Wales, and excessive gamblers and those who have a real gambling disorder number 12,000. This is a serious medical and social problem that I hope we can address. And finally, if I may say so, I'd like to thank Winford Ellis-Owen for his work. He's retiring this week. Diolch yn fawr iddo fe am y gwaith mae fe wedi wneud yn y maes yma.
Jenny Rathbone.
I'd just like to pay tribute to Winford Ellis-Owen, whose life was nearly completely wrecked by prescription drugs and alcohol. And he used that insight into what addiction involves and the lengths that people will go to promote the cause of the need to tackle addiction in gambling. I think it's really important that we respond to the work that has been done by Winfred Ellis-Owen and others by ensuring that we bear down on addiction, which is absolutely wrecking people's lives. I've met constituents who've gambled away the proceeds of 2 houses and a private business who cannot even dare to get the bus into town because they know that they will stop off at one of these fixed odds betting terminals. I think we must change the panning laws so that the presumption where there is an application for yet another betting business, that presumption will be on refusal unless we can prove, or it can prove, that it will do no harm. And that is my big ask to the Minister today.
Joyce Watson. I'd like to thank Darren for giving me time to speak in what is a really, really important debate. And the issue of gambling that I want to focus on is football games. I am a huge football fan, and I've noticed recently that I cannot watch a football game without being bombarded on the TV in my sitting room to bet on the next outcome. Whether somebody's going to score a goal, whether it's going with the right foot, left foot, it doesn't really matter. The point is, it is absolutely aimed at the age group that you have just identified as those having the worst problem or the most significant problem with gambling. And it is invasive. And I think, when we look at preventing gambling, we need to also look at preventing it happening on our TV screens when we're actually trying to promote a healthy style of living, that is, taking part in sport, being completely ruined by offering an alternative to an addiction that people will find virtually impossible to get out of. Thank you very much. And I call on the Minister for Social Services and Public Health to reply to this debate. Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Darren Millar for bringing forward this debate today and for all members for their valuable contributions. And I'm really pleased to see that there is cross-party support for addressing the issue of problem gambling in Wales. Whilst we know that many people participate in gambling activities without any apparent problems, we also know that for some people, gambling becomes an addiction, which leads to harmful health and social impacts. And I think Darren has shared with us some very powerful stories today, the stories of Sarah, Joseph, Omar and others. Whilst the prevalence of problematic gambling is low, the health and social impact is significant, and it disproportionately affects more disadvantaged people who are 5 times more likely to develop problem gambling. The impact of gambling on individuals includes the inability to function at work, financial problems which can lead to homelessness. The harm from gambling to the wider society includes fraud, theft, loss of productivity in the workforce and the cost of treating this addiction. It's estimated for every person with a gambling problem, a further 6 to 13 people will be affected, and this can include family members, friends and work colleagues. I can assure you that as a government we are working across portfolios to identify the actions that we can take to reduce the prevalence of problem gambling and limit the impact it has on the health of people in Wales and our wider society. Although the regulation and licensing for gambling is not devolved to Wales, the Wales Act does provide for Welsh ministers and the Assembly to have new powers in relation to fixed odds betting terminals, and we'll be exploring this further from April 2018 when we expect the full provision of the Act to commence. The Welsh Government's national planning policy seeks to sustain and enhance vibrancy. Yes, of course.
We know that this responsibility is coming to the Assembly as of next year. I hope the Government aren't waiting to do some of the preparatory work that might be required to put the safeguards in place. That seems to be a consensus around this chamber because, as I said, we know the scope of the responsibilities that we'll be inheriting come April next year. So can you confirm that the Government is undertaking that preparatory work so that you can hit the ground running when you do get those responsibilities?
Yeah, I think my statement there was probably poorly worded, because I do reassure you that Government is looking across all of our portfolios in terms of what we can be doing, as I said, to prevent people becoming addicted to gambling in the first place and then to lessen the impact that it might have. The Welsh Government, we have a planning policy seeking to sustain and enhance the vibrancy, viability and attractiveness of our established retail and commercial centres, and the effect of a proposed gambling use on health or crime and disorder are material considerations at a local planning authority level, where they may take into account these issues when determining a planning application. And the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs has already said that she's reviewing the permitted development granted through use classes and will consult on the proposed changes later this year. And that review is considering whether changes are needed to prevent the over-concentration of betting shops. And like others, I look forward to receiving the outcome of that review. Public Health Wales has commissioned research to map out all of the gambling venues across Wales, and this work will include a visual heat map showing the density of gambling venues geographically, and that will enable us to highlight the areas where gambling venues are concentrated and will aid our thinking and discussion on this issue. In general, there is no medical intervention for gambling, but in some cases, psychological interventions can help to support an individual to change their behaviour. In Together for Mental Health, we have agreed a plan with the NHS to expand psychological therapy services for both adults and children, and we've provided an additional £4 million a year to support the delivery of this plan. Although patients can discuss anything with their GP, for those affected by a pathological or problematic gambling addiction, there are also services such as Gamblers Anonymous or GamCare, which can provide information and support. And we've heard from members about other work such as the Living Room and CAIS and Beat the Odds and so on. And other organisations also provide information and advice, including the Citizens Advice Bureau, and the Bureau in Newport is undertaking some work to support gambling-related harm, and it's funded by Gamble Aware, and they're delivering gambling harm minimisation projects in Wales, aiming to tackle gambling-related harm at its root through education and awareness, working particularly with young people and other vulnerable groups. Online gambling is of particular concern. Gambling is now more accessible, as we've heard, than it's ever been before. 24-hour access available at home, at work, while picking up children from school, and even whilst commuting on your mobile phones. And gambling online has increased significantly between 2008 and 2014, from 9.7% of the population to 15.4% of the population. And this is one of the reasons why our Chief Medical Officer is very clear that we should be looking at gambling or problematic gambling as an emerging public health issue. We need to take the new opportunities for action provided by the Public Health Wales Act 2017. This will help embed health and wellbeing in all policies and programmes, and will be consulting on the circumstances in which health impact assessments should be undertaken by public bodies, and comments will be very welcome on how these assessments can address the whole wide range of issues, but also including problematic gambling. In undertaking such assessments, we have to also recognise that the gambling industry offers employment and leisure opportunities, along with other social and economic benefits. In 2015, there were 3,500 people employed in the gambling and betting industry in Wales, around 0.3% of total employment. So I'm therefore keen that we do have a thorough analysis of this issue, and I'm very pleased that the Chief Medical Officer is leading on the work on the harms caused by gambling as part of this, the development of his annual report. And I look forward, as others will, to seeing his initial recommendations later on this year. I also welcome the opportunity to have further dialogue and engagement with the Gambling Commission on the issue of problem gambling in Wales when they host their stakeholder reception here at the Senedd in September, and that will provide ministers and other Assembly members with the opportunity to discuss issues relating to the gambling industry, and in particular the issues of problem gambling. It's clear from all the contributions that we've had in the debate today, and I would say also in recent times in the Chamber, in First Minister's questions and on other occasions, that we do agree that we must work together and across portfolios. And it's clearly not an issue that the NHS can tackle alone. We recognise there's a real opportunity for other areas of public service, such as education, local government and the third sector, to take a leadership role in helping to reduce the number of people experiencing problem gambling. Such a multi-partner approach has real potential to reduce the prevalence of problem gambling and the impact it has on the health of the people of Wales and our wider society. And as part of this work, we will continue to urge the UK Government to do more that it can to tackle the concerns and to maximise the various options that lie within its gift to address the issue of problem gambling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.